about there being these two apparent focal points of two orbit sets of stars. But again, appealing to that cannot necessitate the Earth's surface is a ball, because we already demonstrated that the spheroidal geodesy is caught. We already demonstrated that the spheroidal geodesy is caught in a dilemma. And we've already given 6 syllogisms that necessarily indicate the Earth's surface is horizontal. Okay, so you can't whistle past that and then make this duplicitous appeal to these two orbital sets, these focal points, and then make the non sequitur leap into that the Earth's surface is a sphere.
Someone has like a massive feedback.
What's that? There needs to be someone who fuck off.
I think it's the person with the Darth Vader. Yeah, it's the person with the Darth Vader icon.
So this is a very duplicitous argument, but I've already exposed the fallacy of the argument at least 3 times. So it's just a non sequitur leap from there are 2 apparent orbital sets. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
More than one.
Okay, yeah, no, you're jumping to that conclusion, not letting me talk when I do try to explain myself, and you just keep saying, "Oh, you keep saying the same thing," without letting me explain myself. Then let me explain myself.
It's that 1 sec, man. It's not up for explanation.
You say that what I'm
like
saying,
he hasn't explained himself, when he already has explained himself. So go ahead and repeat yourself.
No, you say
that
I am saying this specifically. What?
Can we start from the start? Like for you to say the stars are doing this because we live on a ball. Can you prove the ball first, and then we can talk about the stars?
What I'm saying is that there's 2. Look at the
no, because you got your first premise. Hang on, your first premise. No, your first premise is the Earth is a sphere, right? You got to prove that before you go. Okay, the Earth is a sphere, therefore the stars spin in this direction and that direction.
Right. So let's go reverse. Let's go reverse.
Start with the first one.
Let's say I don't know. Let's say I don't know that the Earth is a sphere.
Then you don't know what the stars are doing.
Listen to me. There are 2 focal points where the
listen
stars.
To him. No. That's where it gets. Like he's already repeating what I've already told you. If you don't know the Earth is a ball, then you don't know that the other star, that is the other focal point of another orbital set, is a so-called south celestial pole.
Let's say I don't. Let's say I see those. I know that there are these 2. I'm not assuming that the Earth is a sphere. Let's say I know these 2. There's these 2
mysteries. You're talking about 2 focal points.
Say one last time. Complete the sentence.
What? Yeah. There are 2 points where the stars circle around in opposite directions. And
they don't necessarily circle. Sorry, they don't circle. Because you never... Well, you don't get a circle, do you? You don't get a full circle of a star.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you don't get 24 hours of darkness, do you, to be able to record a star going from one point 360 degrees around?
No, in the North
It's not what we observe.
People get 6 months, I believe 6 months of sunlight and 6 months of night.
Incorrect.
You can see that. People can see that.
Incorrect.
You can literally see that. You can put out telescopes.
6 months of darkness?
Incorrect.
Are you sure about that? Go. Show me 6 months of darkness.
Okay. Maybe not 6. Okay, maybe not 6 months. Pardon me.
Maybe not.
There's a number of months, maybe 2 or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not an expert on that.
3 days.
Points where you let go of the premise because you obviously don't know it to be a fact. Dude, just let go of that premise. You obviously don't know it to be a fact. You can't make up your mind what quantity it is.
Because you can't explain it. You can't explain it at all.
No. You don't know that supposed fact to be a fact. That's why you keep stuttering and stammering to finally pick quantity that you're trying to identify. So you don't know what you're talking about, very obviously.
I'm not the best at talking, but I do.
You can talk about the North in that way if you want, because there are people in the North, but we don't have data saying that there's constant days of sunlight in the South and constant days of darkness in the South. No one's got
Scott Research Facility in the South Pole.
Great.
Yeah,
how do you verify that?
That doesn't get daylight for 24 hours or night, so...
Aaron, you're speaking like an ignorant. Aaron, you're
people
speaking
there,
like
you can
Dude, we've already gone over this with hundreds of people. They've all conceded it's not happening.
Well, I'm not conceding because I know I'm right. Edmondson Scott.
They
see the Southern Cross from there.
Rather than continuing to churlishly retort back and forth, right?
It
Let's get to the heart of the matter
rotation.
Again.
Can you guys stop saying that the rotation point is the Southern Cross? It's not.
I'm not saying that. I just look, since I'm not from the South, the thing that I know that they can see.
Why are you making claims about the South then?
I'm not saying that it goes around the Southern Cross. I'm saying that you can see the Southern Cross, so you're in the South.
You can see the Southern Cross from the north as well. Parts of the north, you can. Parts of the north, you can. What do you mean in the same direction? You look south, don't you?
Because if you're in the South, the Southern Cross is what goes around that one point. As with if you're in the North, for example, the Dippers.
You just got done telling me no, that's not true. And you said it is.
It is true.
You live there.
I live there and I cannot see it.
The Southern Cross
you can't see what?
The west.
The Southern Cross.
And what with that stuff in what with that stuff in the sky? This is going like this and this is going like that. What with that?
What?
Harry. You see that and what with that?
That's the Southern Cross.
I can barely understand you.
Okay, so again, like rather than getting bogged down on bickering about the celestial bodies, the reason he's appealing to this is to justify the conclusion the Earth is a ball. It's a non sequitur. At best, it's affirming the consequent. If there are two or more apparent focal points of celestial orbital sets, then the Earth is a ball. There are two or more focal points of apparent celestial orbit sets, therefore the Earth is a ball, is affirming the consequent. The celestial bodies are not going to curve the horizontal face of the Earth and oceans. Period.
You just used a bunch of useless words.
Sure. Then I say, okay, sure, maybe it's not a ball. It could be a ball, but I know it's not a flat surface.
You don't know that either, especially given the fact that we observe and measure the Earth's surface to be horizontal.
Okay, if you zoom in on a basketball, it looks horizontal.
It's not a basketball.
Not only does that
zoom in on it.
Not only does that analogy reduce your position to unverifiability, because that says it's too big to see the curvature. So even if you sustain that premise, it implies necessarily that you can't verify the Earth's surface to be a ball. It's too big to see the curvature. That's not analogous to reality because you've never verified and in principle made it unverifiable to know the Earth's surface to be a ball.
And you
there are other ways to definitely say that that's not the case.
What is the best way to
these retorts under their breath with no argument, right?
Wait, what's not the case? What did you say? What's not the case? What's not the case?
All the stars move east to west. There's no opposite.
Wait, hang on, dude. Someone else was butting in saying that's not the case.
Who said that?
What's not the case? Yeah. What's not the case? What's not the case? So you're just butting in, you don't even know what the conversation's about, and you're just saying that's not the case, and then when asked, you don't even know what the conversation's about.
Who's it talking?
And they're not even answering who it was.
Yeah, these are just churlish retorts, right? Every time we actually do the act of engaging every argument that he said, the initial argument and the rebuttals in his defense, and of the rebuttals to try and critique our position. After we do all that, then at the end of all that, they just deny that we did the act of doing so. So they're just going to recycle the debate ad nauseum until we get tired of it, and then we say, "Oh, I give up," and then they're going to chant themselves to be the victor. That's the tactic.
That's your tactic.
Erin, why these people?
Who's that speaking? Who is that speaking?
Yeah,
Sasha.
No, not you, Sasha. Someone else.
Oh,
we've been talking to Aaron for a while, and then someone else butted in.
Aaron. There he is. Gotcha.
Was it
Vanek.
Vanek?
Oh yeah, what about me?
Yeah, what's going on, mate?
Said, that's not the
I
case.
don't know what's going on. Oh, was it me? No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said that's not the case, and you don't know what the conversation. What's the conversation about?
For what question? For what question?
Yeah, you're going on mute, buddy. You're a fuckwit.
Yeah, I don't think it was him. I don't know. It was someone. I don't really care.
Stupid idiots just chirping in for no good reason. What is not the case, Aaron? See, why are you silent now? You've been saying that's not the case consecutively for like 4 or 5 times. Now we ask you to specify what is not the case. Now you're silent. That's
pretty
suspicious.
sure I caught it was at the point where stars go east to west and the south. You said that's not the case.
Maybe because he doesn't know your position. In any case, he doesn't know why you are here and why you're saying that Earth is flat. Maybe he thinks that there is some disk in the space. Maybe he watched lot of videos on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's what he was referring to. I think he was referring to like a spinning disc, like a record player. Like that's why you can't conceptualize what's going on in the sky, because he thinks it's a record player that's spinning. That's what he thinks flat Earth is.
Yeah, our position is not just substituting the globe with a disk flying around in a cosmic vacuum. No.
I told him space was fake. He went over his head.
And Aaron,
once again, we don't live in a cosmic vacuum with all the other celestial bodies at unfathomable distances away from us. Obviously, all the stars are above the surface of the Earth, not surrounding and enveloping the Earth.
And Aaron, that is the most important thing. When you find out their position, then you can ask the question, because then you will hear the position. You will not spill it out any like where is the edge, because nobody mentioned the edge. That means these people will not speak about edge. That means you don't need to ask anything about edge, because these people will not speak anything about edge. That means you need to realize what is their position. What they're really, why they are here, what they are saying.
That's the position.
No one heard you. Say again?
Yeah. Also, I missed like a minute.
So someone else is just chirping in with unintelligible blurts.
Flat Earth Egypt. Bad Mike.
I heard you.
I understood something itch.
Just move past it. He wasn't trying to engage in faith. He was just being annoying.
That was just brought up for no reason. Anyway, Aaron, space is fake. Earth isn't spinning. That's how it goes. You see the stars move. Now, where do we take it from here?
And that's another aspect of their geology, that the Earth is spinning. There's 2 different premises. You have the Earth's surface being spheroidal. Then you have the Earth spinning on an axial rotation. And then you have the Earth moving through free space, right? And then you have the celestial bodies being humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls flying around in a cosmic vacuum. That's their cosmology. They have no justification for any of them. It's all flying in the face of everything that we've ever experienced.
Except that's what we experienced.
Okay, when do we experience the first premise? The Earth's surface being a ball.
I just wanted to chime in.
Why is he tight-lipped now? He just said that so confidently. Justify believing the Earth is a ball.
I guess they try to back each other up or something.
Like, is this what globalists are reduced to? Is this what the scientists of scientism are reduced to? Just irritatingly chirping in like pigeons?
You're the one talking more than we are.
So yet another one, right? No argument, right? No justification to believe the Earth is a ball. Just more chirping. Now, you keep talking that way, I'm going to keep explicitly giving the meta commentary. Yeah, that's the deal with me.
It's all good, Gregory.
Well, it's not all good, obviously, because you keep doing this irritating antic rather than not doing it.
I just made a statement. It wasn't really meant to have like a debate about it. It was just a statement.
So anyways, moving past that. right? Just disrupting the dialogue. Because they already know. I've already thoroughly said the spheroidal geodesy dilemma. I've already refuted their ad hoc appeal to refraction and given those 6 syllogisms concerning their Earth's surface being horizontal. What else are you going to say?
Those are rehearsed lines.
Well, it's rehearsed because I practice it in the debate, in the voice channel. If you're going to say rehearsed in that sense, I'm not standing in the mirror, just saying these things consecutively, perpetually.
These are
you sure you don't actually go in the bathroom and then do like a 45-minute speech to yourself?
This is a conversation. A debate has moderators and timers and topics.
Why do they like this reply so much? As though it actually demonstrates their intellect. As though there isn't such a thing as an informal debate.
Yeah, I really don't consider this an informal debate. I mean, neither of us are bringing up any information. I mean, I've done more experiments than anything I've seen in here.
The channel is doing an informal debate.
Rob.
There are people who affirm A, people who affirm non-A, contrary to A. Then they give arguments to prove their position and refute other. That's a debate by definition.
I think it's just a conversation.
A debate is a type of conversation.
What,
do you want to keep quibbling with me with your pedantry?
No, I'm not. You're the one that keeps keeping it going.
Yeah, I'm smacking down your pedantic retorts until there's moderation.
All right.
It's not respectable nor commendable. So, anyways. I mean, room really should be made for those who are trying to engage in good faith rather than just be pests in the voice channel. So for those who really want to inquire or discourse and or debate, now's the time.
You sound like you got it figured out. Why aren't you in charge?
I didn't make the voice channel. So yeah, the floor is open. Anyone? Questions, comments, concerns, regrets?
I can unmute Vanek for you if you want. He's got a lot to say. I think he's got some proof.
Go ahead and have that headache.
Yeah. There you go, Vanek.
You got proof. Yeah, definitely, Vanek. You got proof. We need to present it.
You're not capable of an adult conversation. I'm not going to engage.
Okay, mate.
You need to get unmuted for that.
Yeah.
Less code for I have no evidence.
You know what, T-Dub, I misheard you. I thought you said Zanuck, not Vanek.
Oh, no. It's Timbo. Anyway.
I take that comment back.
Hey, Vanek. Are you not capable of having this conversation?
Not without you muting me every 2 seconds.
I haven't muted you. I muted you before.
For no reason, but yeah.
But I'm not muting you now.
But for no reason still.
When he was talking to somebody else, he was trying to figure out who was interrupting. You got muted. Now you're unmuted.
Yeah. You got the floor, mate.
Unless giving you the floor is an obstacle for you to speak.
I mean, if it already started like this, imagine when we go into facts and stuff. Like, no point.
Go into the facts.
I keep it in chat. I keep it in chat. You know, you guys want some attention. Like,
you can have. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes unbroken. No one will interrupt you at all.
2 minutes. Go.
How much am I getting paid?
Just to be clear, justify believing the Earth is a ball.
1 minute and 50 seconds left.
I'll wait until you have a model.
Have you got one?
Is that it?
He's gone.
That's it for me.
I have a model.
Your proof of the globe is we don't have a model.
Hey,
I'm just saying that. Just bring me one, and then
let me get this clear. Hang on, before you continue, just let me get this clear. So your syllogism is, I won't believe the Earth is not a ball until you present a model for a non-spheroidal geodesy. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's your argument?
No. My argument is I have a model. You don't have one. Bring me one, and then we can have a discussion.
Can you post that model in the chat?
Okay, so let me clarify. Why are you finding that?
To have any discussion. Listen.
Hey,
very simple.
I began speaking before you. I began speaking before you. I began speaking before you. Come on.
Go on, I said.
While you're finding the model to show us, so your syllogism is, you have a model for your spheroidal geodesy. We don't have a model for either horizontal Earth surface geodesy or flat Earth geodesy, or we don't have a model for spheroidal geodesy. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's your syllogism.
Again, I said I have a model. You don't. When you bring me one,
can you confirm that my steelman is correct? Like, we heard you already. So okay, so let me try again. Okay, look, let me try again.
I'm not
you have a model,
anything.
We don't. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Did I assume that? Did I say that specifically?
I just asked you to clarify what your argument is.
I don't have any argument. I can't bring an argument until you bring me a model. You get it? As simple as that.
So you don't get muted. Stop for a second. You said you have a model. So now put it in chat so we can look at it.
Yeah. While you're doing that, that's basically the argument that you just said. Because I told you before you began speaking, justify believing the Earth is a ball. Your response to be that justification for that conclusion is, I have a model, you don't. So that necessarily conveys that your argument is, I have a model, you don't, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's obviously stupid.
No, it's more like the Earth is a ball, therefore I have a model, and you don't.
Post the model.
So begging question, you're going to put the conclusion in the supporting premises?
No, you're just twisting words.
Yeah, I'm not twisting words. Post the model that you've got.
I'm not twisting words when he just said the Earth is a ball. I have a model, you don't, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's begging the question.
No, I said the Earth is a ball, so we have a model for that, but you don't. Yeah. So therefore we can't have a discussion.
You post the model, and then we can have a discussion about the model.
No, I said that we can't have a discussion until you bring me one.
No, you brought up the model.
I already have one. You don't, so you bring one and then I can bring mine.
How are we going to bring up a model when we didn't claim there was one? You claimed there was an Earth model, so bring it up.
You cannot have a model? Is that what you're saying?
How can you bring up a model you don't claim?
Well, if you have a claim, you should be able to bring a model too.
So obviously, with all this rigmarole, this double-speaking rigmarole,
you're the one that made the claim that you said you have a model.
My claim is that you don't have a model. Is that claim true or not?
Model. So do you have a model or not?
Answer my question first.
Okay. Do you have a model?
This is going nowhere. This is going nowhere, dude.
I don't care. Shut the fuck up, Rob. You can get the fuck out if it's not going anywhere for you. Get the fuck out.
Sorry, Tim.
Fucking moron.
Sorry, I forgot it was you. I didn't see it was you, dude. Chill out.
Now I lost my chain of thought. So
we're waiting for his model.
Yeah, that's right.
So with all this double-speaking, duplicitous rigmarole, he's obviously not going to show us the model that he claims that he has.
I stated that from the get-go. Like, until you give me one, I'm not going to show you one. I'm not going to have a discussion with you. Like,
yeah, we don't need to hear you say it again, right?
Gregory, I have a question for Gregory then. I have a question. You said a statement. You said, unspherical geodesies. I looked it up. That's not even a word. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, he said a lot of word salads.
He said spheroidal.
I know that. I said that before I got muted. I said that.
What are you just using words for? It makes no sense.
So
it's a way to impress people that don't understand.
I'll entertain this for like 30 seconds.
You sound like a
SPHER. I'll try again because you're talking to me for some reason.
Now he's
I'll try again. SPHEROIDAL GOGEODESY. Those are real words, and you will get a result concerning them. I'll try again. I'll try again.
Okay, Nathan,
I'll try again. You'll get a result when you type them in the search bar of a search engine.
Yeah, but
that shows that subject.
I know, but those three words together don't mean anything. A non-spheroidal geodesity.
Yeah, way to not quote me. Yeah, way to not quote me.
It's a direct quote.
Great job.
I remember.
Way to misquote me.
I wrote it down. It's a direct quote.
Way to misquote me in text and speech.
Whatever, Jeffrey. Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah, way to not say my name also. Just way to say every error you possibly can, rather than actually saying the facts.
You're Jeffrey.
Great job.
You're Jeffrey with a G.
His name's Gregory.
Shit, Jeffrey's back?
No wonder T-Dub cussed Joe's dumbass out. Grief, anyways.
Rob, why are you trying to get muted by me, Rob? Why are you trying to get muted for just saying dumb shit? Saying nuh-uh. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not trying, but this Gregory guy, he gets the free reign talk and say all the silliest stuff.
No, he doesn't. Gregory gets muted all the time. Don't you, Gregory?
Well, I'm just trying to contest what he's saying. I think what he's saying is a bunch of bullshit.
In a sense. So anyways, beyond that garbage.
We play favorites.
Right, so he obviously didn't give any. This Vanek didn't give any coherent argument to justify the premise the Earth is a ball. So
yeah,
he's done.
I said I didn't give anything to you guys. I said that.
Right, because you don't have anything. That's what we told you from the beginning.
I have something, but until you bring me something, there's no point on arguing about it.
Yeah, it says you without demonstrating that you know what you're talking about. You're done.
Okay. Vanek, you know what this room Vanek, you know what this room is built for?
But by the way, Vanek, you guys begged me for talking.
You're going to listen right now. You know what this room is made for?
For what?
It's made for the question, is the Earth a globe? And we want people that do say that. Well, right. So we want people that do say the Earth's a globe to bring their best evidence. So do you have any best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't want to talk about it. I said it. Like you.
All right, then you can have a seat. Let's talk to the next. Bro. Let's talk to the next globe champion. How about that? If you think the Earth's a globe, you can have the floor to put your evidence forward. Right now, it seems like Vanek didn't have that, so we're going to move to the next person. You have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Please come forward. We'd like to hear it. You will have the floor and the mic, so long as you provide evidence for the Earth being a globe. And I will unmute Vanek too. So,
if the room is about talking about that the globe is true or not, shouldn't it be called 24/7 Globers?
Nah, flat Earth, because it's not a globe. We named it right.
No, I know.
I know because Rob is so god awful at making charitable interpretations and inferences. I have to explain this. He did not say we only talk about the Earth being a ball or not. He said that we do talk about that. If you read the entire subtitle of the voice channel, you will see AMA in there. Ask me anything. Pick a subject and debate it. So we don't only talk about the veracity of the premise, the Earth is a ball. So no, that would not be what follows from what he said.
He just said that. He just came in and said that's what we talk about here.
Well, we're asking
to miss
people.
The point. I just said that entire paragraph.
Yeah, we are asking the people that join if they know that the Earth is a globe, and so we're going to give them the floor if they do have the evidence for it.
Like
that's what we do. So what's wrong with
He just corroborated my critique of him again. Like I began the paragraph saying he's god awful at charitable interpretation and inferences. And after I said that entire paragraph that clearly explains why his inference is ridiculous, he then says what? The very thing I just refuted.
Yeah, he's got a name Rob Noxious for a reason, because he's obnoxious and his name is Rob.
I think it's not nice to.
Hey, my name's Rob too, and I'm not obnoxious.
Well, you're not, but he is. That's why his name is the way it is. All right. Well, he had a dumb argument this morning. That's fine. He probably was talking to you about it just a while ago. But we got some new people in here. We can talk to those new guys. Any new person that's joined our channel, we want to give you the floor. All right. It's enough time for Vanek. I just unmuted him, but Yeah, we're not going to play your games in this channel, Vanek. This channel here is moderated, so we want to hear the evidence for the Earth being a globe. You got none?
Alpha, I wasn't trying to trick anyone. I was silent, and somebody asked me to speak. I didn't want to speak. That's it.
Yeah, good stuff. All right.
Why we don't need to hear you say that again. Can you please go to a doctor and heal your auto-amnesiac symptoms? We don't need to hear you repeat yourself ad nauseum. Stop that.
Yeah, but why do I understand?
Just now
why do
accuse
we
me
always
of
have
doing something that I didn't?
Why do we always have to prove and talk about us the globe when
because it's not real. It's an imagination. It's an imagination, Rob. Flat Earth.
Well, I'm not really worried about that. I'm saying we're talking about. Yeah, but we're trying to prove.
Evident.
No, you don't need to do anything. You can go to watch some movie in cinema if you want.
No, but I come here to talk about flat Earth. I don't really come here to talk about the globe.
Why?
I already know the globe.
Why?
No, you don't. We don't. Yeah, we don't know the Earth is a globe, Rob. We've been told that it's one. Very big difference. If you know that it's one, it's self-evident. You don't know that it's one.
It is self-evident. No, it's
really?
self-evident to me. Yeah.
Give me one thing that's self-evident that everybody in here can agree that it's self-evident. All of us have to agree.
Level is horizontal.
Hey, let the gentleman. Go ahead, Rob.
Sorry. I was just saying, it's self-evident because when you look out at the horizon, it's horizontal. It's not curved-zontal.
Yeah, let's see if Rob can come up with one that we can all agree with. It's self-evident. Go ahead, Rob.
The sunrise and sunsets, man.
Okay, tell me how that's evidence for the Earth. Remember, self-evident. It's got to be self-evident that the Earth is a geometric shape by looking at what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, self-evident is a loaded baked potato, first of all, because
you don't have a potato to bake, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Self-evident is kind of it's a stupid way to judge things.
No, it's not, dude. Self-evident would mean that you don't. If
I could get something out, man, like for
not
10
really.
seconds.
Here's the thing, dude. You need to explain how you don't have to justify the thing that you're talking about. You're like, just go out and you can see for yourself. It looks like, apparently, as if it's a globe. When I see it, it's a globe. I can tell the geometric shape by looking at it. Self-evident. It's in the name. All right? I don't need to hear your diatribe of what you're going to tell me about how you want to say that self-evident is not a good way to do it. Self-evident. It has to be apparent to everyone that we all notice it. And it can't be something you say, well, if you think about it. No, it has to be something that's noticeable for everybody to say it's self-evident. Pretty clear. It's in the name. Go ahead. Try again.
Sunrise, sunsets, boats going over the curve, buildings being able to be seen.
Let's not gish gallop. Pick one, and we'll start there. Find one of those that you just said, and we'll hone in on that one. One.
Sunsets.
Okay.
Sunsets.
Now, how can we know that the Earth is a geometric shape by looking at a sunset? Go.
Because as you see that sun go down on the horizon and it disappears over the horizon, you can call somebody in that direction.
Okay, you're not going to do it with the thing that I asked you, huh? We're not calling people. It has to be self-evident to you, me, and everybody that goes and observe this. So how could it be self-evident to you, not calling someone else?
As you see the sun set, it's going to set over the horizon. On the other side where that sun is setting, the sun will be coming up. There you go. That proves that we live on a ball. That can only happen on a ball.
God damn, that was awful. That was awful.
It's real simple. No, it's not awful. Horrible. It's just simple, dude. I know. The awful, horrible ones. I know. They're so bad. I know. But too bad it's easy and simple.
Yeah, real quick. Go ahead and if there's another moderator in here, go ahead and take over. I gotta head out.
We see the sun, then we don't see the sun. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That was awful.
Cool, man. That's not my problem. You can't understand it, or you don't want to understand it.
Well, maybe
that is a succinct summation. That is a succinct summation of what you just said.
Where does the sun go? And how does it go out of how does it go over the horizon? And yet the people that are that direction can tell you that the sun is coming up on their direction. Where does it go? It's not high enough in the air to say it's still in the air.
The
Because you'd be able
government
to see it.
hides it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to obfuscate the fact that your argument is non sequitur by trying to scrutinize me?
I didn't even know I was talking to you, bro.
Okay.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Well,
I just
technically, we're all
recently
just
learned
responding.
that the Earth is flat, and like I get it now. I just see it. Like, how should I change my life, or like, what will this knowledge do to like help me? Like, what should I take action on today now that I know the truth?
I've got this guy covered, so go ahead and deal with him.
Get him. Such a troll revolution.
Try Greenpeace.
Do we have a lineup for that guy?
Amnesty International, UNESCO. Go there.
I'm not going to dignify his disingenuous pretense.
All right.
Wait. Brother out. He's a genuine.
You always talk like
guy.
Shakespeare, dude, or what?
Wait, does no one have a good answer for me?
They don't like you, man.
Do you want more
Well, I
advice?
get. I can
Find a
imagine you
job.
might not like me, but I'm just curious if
find
you
a
have an
job.
answer.
Find a job.
No,
earn
I
more
have no
money.
answer for you. I have no answer for you. Neither does Sasha.
Are you guys flat earthers or are you
Can I
guys
give him
like
one?
fucking globers, bro?
No, hang on, new flat
What you got to
earther.
do is accept
Can I tell
Christ
you
in
what
your
your
heart.
next step should be? No, can I go, please?
Yeah, they're flat globers.
Can I? Okay, new flat earther. You just came to this realization that the Earth is flat. Are you married?
He's trolling you, dude. Why don't you even engage with him?
Because I just got home from work and I wanted to have a flat Earth conversation, and this new flat earther wants to know what to do next. I just want to know if he's gotten married yet. Because if he hasn't gotten married yet, that would be the next thing I do.
Exactly.
Simple.
I knew that.
Well, there's that. So he's muted. So, anyways.
And you have to start saying
Thanks,
they
guys.
a lot more.
So, is anyone who is genuinely interested in inquiring
Wait,
about the
I was
subject?
actually interested in that question, but like you can like play it off as like cringe. Like I don't even know. That's like kind of lame.
So do you want to
unfortunately.
respond to my answer to your question?
Oh yeah,
Then?
yeah. So you asked if I'm married currently.
Yes.
I'm not married currently.
Then you should find a wife.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was gonna do that before when I like thought the world was like a globe and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I waited till I found out the Earth was flat, and then I found a girl and I got married, and life is great. The
Well,
Earth's still flat though.
Wouldn't life be
These
great
people
just
with the
like
life
generally when you get
solution that
married?
think that this disingenuous pretense and satire and bad humor is really a demonstration of their superior intellect. They really believe that.
Wait, I don't think it's the only thing that I think would ever indicate a superior intellect on my end is like the unwillingness to answer the question. But, you know,
So
I
your
don't think the question
unwillingness
just
to answer the
destroyed you.
question demonstrates your superior intellect.
Yeah, you no.
Is that-
Okay,
is
so you
that
got it
your
wrong.
opinion?
You misunderstood, unfortunately. So the
No, that's what you
people.
said.
Oh, well, I didn't say mine. I just referred to an inability to answer the question, which is being demonstrated by the people who didn't want to answer my question. So I was just saying you got like the
So we
noun
have
part
superior
wrong.
intellect given that we
like the
refuse to
subject.
answer your disingenuous question. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Well, it's not disingenuous, but
And
well,
then
so
ignore
actually,
the
how about this? How about this?
genuine
We
answers.
can.
You're
You can
hilarious,
say.
bro.
I'm
You hear
fine
him trying
with
to
you
dig in
saying.
his heels with this pretense. He doesn't have anything else better to do this evening.
I'm curious. Like, so I'm okay with you saying like, hey,
He's
I feel like-
curious. He says.
I feel like you're really like bad at listening. So
it says the disingenuous pretender.
yeah, so it's okay for you to label me disingenuous. I'm just curious, at least, would you have an answer if that was a like real question?
No, I
like if
don't have
someone
an
like
answer for you.
genuinely answered that question, do you have an answer
Don't
for that, or
have an
it's an
answer for
unanswerable
you.
question? On
I don't have an answer for you. Now
But
that's
you
I wasn't
were
talking to
given
you.
an answer, for God's sakes.
You do realize that someone already answered your question, right? So why are you repeating the question?
Wait, did you hear my response to his answer, which is that it didn't answer my question? You're aware of that, right?
So his answer to your question didn't answer your question, even though it did answer your question. That's an interesting.
No,
opinion.
it didn't answer my question.
But it was an answer to your question.
It really did.
Wait, no, it was. I'll be more accurate. Okay, it was a response to my question. It was not an answer. It did not solve the problem. Like,
so how about that?
Made by the question.
Without a difference.
What?
What's the problem?
No, he doesn't even know what a distinct without a difference is yet. He just made one.
No, wait, they're completely distinct. So he responded. There were words coming out of his mouth, but an answer would like say that you actually like fully resolved the question. There's no longer a question. But my question was, what would I do differently? And he told me
with his non-answer or response.
Yeah, exactly. So he told me. I asked, what do I do differently? He said, you do this, and I said, wait, I was already doing that though, so that would not be different. So I then asked for a new thing, unless maybe there's not.
Your reply tacitly presumes that you were asking him about something that you don't currently do.
Do you hear me?
That's not what you asked in the first place.
Radwin, you're really low, I think. Unless I've
can I answer the question?
So way to screw up your own question.
I just
can I answer his question?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You said, is it this the question? Now I know that Earth is flat. What shall I do now?
Yeah, like what's the result of gaining that information? Like, how does that benefit me if I were to know?
Can your next step be like this? Can you share this information more now with your friends, with your people who you love? You know,
I could, but like, I guess my question is like, you know, obviously I don't believe in like a flat Earth. I think it's silly, but I think we like can subjectively disagree. I believe in like.
So you were the obvious. Now that we have a thorough grasp on the obvious solution.
Wait, did I not say it like sarcastically enough at the start? Like, obviously I was trying.
Yeah, so you were being disingenuous.
Yeah, I was being disingenuous by being like clearly and obviously sarcastic to the point where you guys were like, I don't know what to tell you guys.
No wonder you're not us about the observation we said before you said it now. Great job, thanks.
What is even your commentary, Gregory? Like, I swear you just like random fucking roll for words that like grammatically make sense.
You answer our question when we said that.
What's your question
to me?
What's your question?
No. Well, we'll say it. We'll say the answer to that question after you answer that question to us, because we asked that question to you before you asked it to me. So go ahead, please.
What question do you want me to answer?
Right, so way to not follow instructions. You answer the question we said to you before you said that question to me. Do you get it now, Tommy?
Yeah, so what question you want me to answer?
Yeah, so way to whistle past the question, because he doesn't actually have an answer to the question that we said to him before he echoed the question we said to him before him back to me. See, I'm better at condescending than you. You're new at this.
Wait, I thought the flat earthers were going to be like marginally non-retarded, but like I expected more. That's actually crazy. That this is like your response.
You look retarded. How does that make you feel?
Can I say something? Lucian, can I ask you again?
Now he doesn't know how to talk, or he doesn't remember that he can talk, as he just said the question. This is why I call them auto-amnesiacs.
More Nar? Yeah, you had a thing you want to say?
Lucian, yeah, can I ask you again a question? You're saying that your flat earthers are retarded. With which arguments or did you find out their position that you can claim something like that? That you, let's say, for example, I say something, I believe that Earth is flat because of fog, and now you say, look, this is stupid. Sasha said the Earth is flat because of fog, and now you're correct. If I say something like that, that would be correct. This is stupid. But do you know what is that retarded things? What you think in your mind? Flat Earth is retarded.
Well said.
Like you're asking why I think it's like a bad idea, or like why I disagree with it, or if someone were to agree with it.
What are the bad arguments for flat Earth?
What are the bad arguments for flat Earth?
What are the retarded things?
Generally, I find with flat Earth that we have like a bunch of evidence, a bunch of data that's tracked out, and generally a lot of flat earthers won't like engage with this. I'd find like what I consider like the most genuine flat earther might be someone who like just misunderstands like physics. But if you were to like look into it well, yeah.
Janet, can you tell?
That's just a pronunciation thing, but.
Can you say properly, this is thing what is retarded, this is retarded, and they're claiming this?
Yeah, so like if someone...
Not a generalization, please.
Yeah, if someone prescribes to the idea of flat Earth and also prescribes to general ideas about physics, about math... Yeah, you prescribe to an idea. Oh my god.
You
Holy shit.
to something.
You don't know the position of these people. That's the problem.
He writes prescriptions for people. It sounds like.
What does that mean?
Lucian, you don't know the position. You don't know why they are flat earthers.
Wait, but that's why I came to ask you guys. But then you guys didn't ask
realize
the question.
You didn't, because you start like this. If I find out that Earth is flat, can you tell me what to do now? You didn't come here and ask why you people believe that Earth is not a globe. Why you people are flat earther? Can somebody explain to me? And then you will get somebody.
Well, I can tell you why I didn't do that.
They can smell bullshit a mile away, bro. They're kings of it.
Oh, go ahead and tell us why you didn't answer the call with genuine and sincere inquiry. Go ahead.
I did answer with genuine, sincere inquiry.
No, so now you're going to contradict yourself now. You just said you're going to explain why you didn't do it, and now you're saying that you did.
Okay, so you're functionally retarded. I just won't respond to you anymore. You're like brain rotted. Okay, the other people on the call that actually have like a
complete thermonuclear meltdown.
Good job. You broke him.
But that's not an ad hom, dude. Oh my god.
Fuck.
Ad hominem, against the man. He said that comment against me, the man. Therefore, it's ad hominem. Read and think better.
No, it's
not. No, so ad hominem means like demean your character. So if I were to say like you want people to die or something like that in regards to like a war or something, that would be an ad hominem. But if I think your position is dumb and you're engaging with being stupid by doing it, that actually wouldn't be an ad hominem. That would track on the convo. Now you could disagree if you're like stupid or not, right? Like that would be, but you wouldn't use ad hominem. That would actually be incorrect. But
I only called me a retard. You attacked me, the man. Therefore, it's ad hominem. Thermonuclear meltdown.
Okay, so, but I thought Pansky was asking like an interesting question. So why don't I come in asking that? So
just the reason past my refutation again.
I'm not talking to you now. Okay, I thought I told you that. So
as you said, talking to me.
You're too smart for him, Gregory.
So oh my god, people keep moving. Pan on ski. Okay. So the reason I didn't come in asking why people believe in flat Earth is because I've seen a lot of the theories, and a lot of them just seem to not comport onto general physics that's accepted by scientists. Now, you're free to disagree with what's
water.
That's not a motive or training from doing something.
Does gravity hold water to the ground?
Yeah, generally.
Okay, so you don't. It sounds like you don't know. So which is?
Well, it's such a loose thing. Like, what do you mean? Like, gravity causes the water to be attracted to the Earth. I would say that like very rigidly. But when you say it holds it to the ground, like
it somehow.
What?
What about clouds?
Changes it into like a magnet, so it's magnetically attracted to dirt.
Well, a magnet's a different term. It has to do with an attraction between like two objects, right? Yeah. But this is a different attraction. Like there's the strong force, there's the weak force, there's gravity, there's electromagnetic pull. Right, like these are different forces.
Yes.
What was your question, yes, Porcupine Man?
Yeah. So does gravity hold water to the ground?
I'd say yeah.
You're not sure still. Figure out when you're sure, so you can answer that as a yes or no.
It's just. I mean, I'll just say yes for now. Sure, it does.
Well, that's why water not really mean yes. Just say it.
Well, it's just like a very like broad and crude thing. That's like I don't think that necessarily like I'd go with yes, but I would just rather you phrase it a little better. Could I like pose an alternate phrasing that I'd be like more willing to say yes to?
I'll phrase it better for you. Ready?
Yeah.
Does gravity hold water to the ground?
I think you just repeated yourself, in fact.
I can't say it any clearer.
Okay, how about this? Gravity attracts water to the ground.
Oh my god. Okay,
like gravity is the cause itself? Gravity isn't the instance of matter attracting matter?
So I don't know if I'd necessarily call gravity the cause, because gravity is more of a phenomenon. So it's kind of hard to say that.
You just called gravity the cause. Dude.
No, so like the phenomenon.
Physics. Remember? Yeah, no, I'm just. So let's hear it.
Let's hear what?
Yeah, we want to talk about the physics of water.
How gravity holds water to the ground.
It's due to like it causing like bends in space time.
Wait, is gravity the cause, or is mass attracting mass identified to be gravity, or is gravity bendy space time? You have to make up your mind.
Mass attracts each other. We call that phenomenon gravity. We also use gravity as a way to say they're being pulled together by gravity. But it could be interchangeable. Kind of depends on the context. But generally, I'm probably going to agree with what you would generally say as gravity. I'm not going to have some strange abuse of the word just because I'm not like rigidly saying it. There's just different ways that we like talk about gravity.
Yeah, there's inconsistent ways that people say this word in various senses, which are not comportable with one another. And the way I say
So how would
gravity
you
is
want
just
it?
in the sense of weight, and weight is obviously not the cause of anything. So if you say it in that sense, then it's also not going to account for why water stays where it is.
Why do you think water stays like connected to the ground?
Well, we can talk about that in just a moment. You need to make up your mind. What is the cause of the water staying on the earth?
I would call that gravity or the phenomenon of gravity.
Okay.
Great. So
So
check
can you
this
define
out. I'm
gravity,
gonna help.
please?
Yeah. Wait a
Gravity
second.
is mass being attracted to each other, like the tendency for mass to be attracted to each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you debunk your theory. Okay. We're
Sure.
gonna take a vacuum chamber and we're gonna put a little cup of water in there. And what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the gravity to make sure that it is gravity. So the first thing we have to do is take the air out of there. So that's why we put it in a vacuum chamber. So first thing we do is take the air out, and then we see if gravity is still holding that water down, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when I do that, the water turns into gas and leaves as soon as I remove the air from it.
Right.
I have a vacuum chamber. So gravity's not holding water down. The end.
Well, actually, that's incorrect, as it turns out. So the gas, it's gone from water
I don't give
to
a shit
a
how
different.
you want to try to explain it. I just debunked gravity holds water to the ground.
Well, it was never water when it escaped from the ground. It was a different thing. It had a change of state, right? You're aware of this. And do you know the difference between gas and like a liquid? The difference between gas and a liquid is liquid will like sit at the bottom, but gas will actually has the ability to expand to take up the whole space.
Pressure.
I'm glad you said that. I remember that fact about gas.
I removed the air pressure from above the water, and when I did that, the lack of air pressure caused the water to turn into gas. Do you understand that? Air pressure
I understand that.
caused it to be water.
I wouldn't say necessarily that the just resting atmospheric pressure causes it to be water. Like this is due to like the relationship between pressure and temperature, right? And having state changes kind of makes sense when we have that relationship.
I didn't even have to worry about all that. I didn't even have to worry about it. I asked you a simple question. You said yes. I debunked you. Now you have a problem.
Oh, wait. So if I gave you like, a bunch of is there water? Just like when you're walking around in Florida, would you say you're like walking through water? Is that how you'd say it? Or would you say it's like humid outside? Like how would you like functionally say that?
Lucian, how all of this
I'm digressing into semantics.
Yeah,
what do you mean digressing to semantics?
Take it from here because he got roasted on this one. Now you guys can pick him up.
How all this story about gravity proves a sphere?
How what?
How all this story about gravity proves the ball, the globe?
I don't think it was gravity that proved that it's a globe. I think that was due to was it like Archimedes?
What can prove globe?
What can prove globe? I believe what you can do is you can put down points in travel, and you can like see when you like go certain distances. That if you like look at the stars, for instance,
can one part of the surface can be measured? Let's say from point A to point B. Can that be a good way?
What's a good way to measure it?
Yeah, like if you are on the sphere, do you have any drop over distance, or can you measure that?
Yeah, you could measure it.
We cannot measure that in reality.
Now we're talking.
We cannot measure that when we go into reality to measure that.
Oh, we can't measure distances like on the Earth? Are you saying, or maybe I'm confused by what you're saying?
I'm saying we can measure it, but there is the radius and size of the air, telling on what distance and how much it's dropping.
I don't understand actually what you're saying. unfortunately.
You are on the sphere, and this sphere is 24,000 miles, you know, with the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, it's pretty large, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty large. With your height, do you know how much you can see? Where is the geometrical horizon with that size?
I don't know the exact number, but maybe like something in the realm of like 3 miles, maybe. I don't know. Could depend. Maybe 2 miles. I don't know.
Yeah, that's with 6 foot observer height. Do you know how much we see with 1 foot observer height when we make observation?
Probably you'd see like I'd imagine you'd start to see less than that.
Yeah, we see 10 and more miles.
You see more miles when you so like if you're higher up, you can see farther in the distance?
No, I'm telling you that that is what I'm telling you what the heliocentric model is saying. Heliocentric model is saying with the radius of 3,959 miles, with your height, you can see geometrical horizon of 3 miles, something like that. But when we make observation in reality, when you go on the beach and we have observation from 1 foot observer height, we can see more than 10 miles.
Always?
You can see more than 10 miles.
Your radius is bunk.
Yep.
No, but that would assume that we have like a perfect sphere, which we just don't. Like it's very bumpy.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
No, it don't.
Oh.
Yes, it does.
I think you're misunderstanding the consequences of curved water.
I'm misunderstanding the consequences of curved water.
At 3 miles is what your limit was that you said. But he's saying at 1 foot, he can see 10 miles, which is 3 times as far. At 6 times a shorter distance, shorter height from the water.
Right.
You don't get it, bro?
Can I see the stats on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Show him the black swan image. That's from a 1 foot observer height, seeing the horizon beyond 9.41 miles.
Can you prove that is at 0?
For example, you can
say that when he just said he's at a 1 foot observer height.
The original video, and you will see him drop the camera to a 1 foot observer height, and then zoom in, and you can see the horizon beyond the farthest oil platform, which is.
Oh, where's this video I should be looking at?
Go to the channel called BMLSB69, and it's from about December 2019 is when I think he put the video out. December 2019, I think. I could go get the video, to be honest. It'd probably save everyone a lot of time.
Yeah, it might be better to just get the video.
Lucian, do you know what is the best thing? You yourself, you on the beach, you checking some distances or something, and then you.
Oh yeah, I've done it. I've done it before. Yeah, it was a fun experiment. I did it in like elementary school. It's pretty cool.
And it was a drop over distance, exactly.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting. Like the radius that's proposed for the Earth was actually what we were able to calculate within I think it was 10 miles, which was actually really cool.
Using what?
Why in 7 years I didn't see even one video of that?
Using what? How did you do it?
Well, usually someone might show you, for instance, like what you'd see from an airplane.
How did you do it?
How did I do it?
Yeah.
Do you want to see like 100 videos showing there is no such a thing?
So first answer mine, then answer Sasha. How did you do it?
I can start to post one.
Sasha, let him answer, Radwin.
Sorry.
So what we did is we were able to go out on a boat, and we were able to go out to a certain point where we couldn't see the place that we had dropped off from, and we measured the height off the water that our eyes would be, and we saw when the land went away, and then we calculated. It was kind of cool.
What happens when you zoom in, like we did with the black swan, and now you're seeing 3 times farther at 6 times smaller distance than just standing up?
Well, so like here's one interesting thing. I'd say already at like when you're getting like 1 foot above the surface, you're like really priming yourself for a lot of errors. I'd say generally you're gonna want
So if
more
you
to
stand
get.
up, you stand up, they should go away. Is that what you're saying?
You'll get less errors, and actually, I was not actually gonna
If you
say.
stand up, if you stand
Okay,
up,
I'm trying to
it'll start
answer.
curving.
Okay.
It'll start curving. If
Yeah,
you stand up.
as you go higher and higher, you'll see the globe more and more as not being
Wow.
anything level resembling
Okay.
flat, but actually being more of a globe. So this is what I was going to say, which is that we actually have a lot of this cool evidence. You can see videos from being on planes, or you could just yourself with your own eyes go in a plane, and you'll see that you'll see far farther than you would ever be able to see while being on the ground. Yeah, what's up, man?
More flat surface, it's curved. More flat. Is that correct?
There's
Are
your
you
video,
able to
dude.
open up the
Go
chat
ahead and
bubble?
watch it.
I do have the
Just read
chat
the
bubble open
title
up.
first.
The
Just
title
read the
says
top title of the
9.41 mile
screenshot.
Earth curvature platforms, Habitat Hill House. That one?
Yeah, go ahead and watch it.
No,
Okay, sounds
read
good.
this. Read the. I guess you can't read it if you click on it.
It says
If you just look at
9.41
the
mile Earth curvature
thumbnail.
platforms habitat. I think that was actually up higher in the chat. Someone put that.
Yeah, there's a 35-foot observation and a 1-foot observation screenshot in that video.
So observer height is 1 foot, max distance, max distance of the if it was full sphere, it would be 1.22 miles. Earth is not a sphere.
Wow.
I think I read that right. No, so the problem with this is like I just wouldn't trust this in the same way you guys wouldn't like trust NASA. Additionally, I've done like the experiments on my own and I've seen it.
Exactly.
Never done any experiments.
Can I take this one step further, please?
Yeah, sure.
Lucian? All right.
What's up, man?
If you don't
trust
trust
the
this,
globe back.
I got
what you're
something
saying.
that you can do to prove this to yourself that water curves. All right? You buy 100-meter water level. It's cheap. It's just 2 miles with a hose, right? And then you go to a tool rental place and you rent an auto level. And an auto level is a tool for establishing horizontal planes of reference. And you tell me if there's even within a millimeter of discrepancy between the two. Because I'll get you some numbers. If you can measure a drop from horizontal with a water level, I'll be quite impressed. I'm gonna put a screenshot in the chat here.
You're saying like all ground is going to be like horizontal or something, or I'm confused by what you're saying.
No. You're using water to create a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay.
So when you show me that curving, I'll believe that the Earth that you say is made up of 70% water has to curve around a giant sphere.
In the vacuum of space without the water leaving into a gas.
Yeah. Just let me get into the chat over here with my screenshots.
So you want
Let's
me
conclude the
to
geodesy point first.
you want me to have something like a tub of water and then show you on that tub that like there's curvature, or like I'm very confused.
You weren't listening.
You are confused on purpose. You're purposely being confused. You're purposely not wanting to get it.
But why are you attacking him
Here you
instead of
go.
his points?
Do you see the baller local curve calculations sticker? 16 individual 100-meter unsighted water level calculated mine measurement drop of each individual level from the start position. Those are the numbers for 1,200 meters or 1,600 meters, which is a mile. So that should add up to about 8 inches in a mile. It's 200
600
millimeters.
meters is a mile?
1,600 meters is about a mile.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 1,600.
Yeah. Those are the numbers. If you can prove these
or
numbers,
16,000?
you've got yourself a spherical object known as a globe.
Okay.
Buy a water level, they're cheap, and rent an auto level if you're cheap.
No, so
they just got through explaining to you a particular instance.
Get it calibrated.
No, I understand how I could test for things like this. The unfortunate thing is that
that you wanted to talk about.
Wait, no, that's not physics. That's more of math, first of all. But what I find interesting is that anytime I would maybe ask you for like, well, so we can inspect two things. We can inspect data that other people have found, and we can inspect like our own personal subjective like source 100%. Data. Like, you saying like, I went out, I looked, I saw it, and I know that it's this or that, right? So here's like what we're up against, right? Is that, my subjective data, everything I've done when I've done tests, when I've done experiments for these, have come up that it's like a globe. I've done similar tests to the things that you're describing. And can you just let me finish first?
Okay, yeah.
I let you finish. You're good, no worries. But all the tests that you're doing, you say, seem to point in the other direction, right? So we're at an impasse here. Now, at this point, we're starting to do these things where we're appealing, right, to other data sources. And so you're linking me stuff like this. It would just seem to me, right, that I would think more likely that all these small bits of data are just going to be false with the mountain of data that, like, actual scientists, plus, like, many a video camera, all these other things have, like, shown.
Hey,
like,
Lucian,
I don't understand.
Lucian, you actually wasted time
you
doing
missed
tests.
the part where I told you to do this yourself.
Yeah, but you actually fucking did tests? What fucking tests did you do?
I described one of them earlier. I don't know if you were here. Have you been here the whole time, or did you just roll in?
I did. I just rolled in.
It's okay, man. So that's probably why you were confused, because you weren't aware of like the past part of the conversation.
What tests have you done?
Yeah, so I'll say it again.
You made it out like you've done like 10.
You asked me a question, but now you're like condescending me while you're like asking me a question. It's like weird.
No, wait, you made it out like you've done like multiple tests.
Okay.
Lucian, say the test you did.
After Lucian answers, I would like you to tell us which test did you do.
Okay, that's actually hilarious because he's probably about to get clapped.
Rate,
but
we just need to stop talking to Lucian. Yeah. Just let him finish saying the test that he did.
Yeah. So the two major tests that I would refer to from my own subjective data would be going on a boat, going away from the land that I was like landed on, and going out far enough that now the land could not be seen, even with binoculars. And then we calculated like the distance of our eyes to the water, to the surface level. And then we said how far it should be, and it seemed to like map onto the globe. Now, additionally, something that is not as mathematical because it's just more clearly seen because it's not in these like very small numbers, is that I've traveled in a plane from time to time, and I've looked out the window and I've seen many, many levels farther than I could ever possibly see with any image enhancement while like sitting on the ground. And this is true at all points whenever I've been in a plane, and I've probably been in a plane over the course of my life in the realm of like 80 hours. And it seems strange that for all of those experiences, I would always see more and farther than I would see on the ground, unless like the Earth was curved.
You see Earth curve when you're in a plane?
You don't see Earth curve yet. You're actually not high enough. But if you were to go like higher up on maybe
higher above a flat plane, then.
Well, yeah, but you can actually calculate this. You can look up how high planes usually cruise at, and you could see if you would expect to see a globe. You actually wouldn't. You would still see a horizon, right? So the math actually would support that, by the way. But good question.
Okay, so neither of the supposed tests, neither of the supposed tests.
Why would you have a horizon? Why would the horizon go away? Because you need a ball for a horizon. I don't understand that one.
Yeah,
neither of the supposed tests are logically valid to verify the Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
As it concerns your little test, so-called about the boat, that is not an instance of measuring for curvature. That is not an instance for measuring for curvature. You just had an instance of an object being too far away to be observed.
No, I told you that I was using binoculars.
With the observation out of the plane. So you didn't actually measure for curvature. And we've already explained to you where the horizon would be if the Earth were a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, and the horizon is far beyond where it would and could be. So you're not making
I think you like fundamentally like
you're not making a real equivalence between your so-called tests and the tests that we have done.
Yeah, but you told him I should zoom, and he did.
Yeah, you told me I should zoom, and I did. Additionally, I don't even know what your response was. Like, why is it invalid that I've seen farther? Like,
the argument is, you're retorting not knowing what the refutation is. So I'll say it again. Listen carefully. Both of your so-called tests are not logically valid to verify, to measure the Earth's curvature. In the first instance with your boat, it is just an instance of observing or acknowledging the limits of your optics. You didn't measure for curvature. And mapping them, plotting things conceptually onto a sphere does not prove that the surface that you sailed across is spheroidal. And then with the concerns the plane, you're just observing the limits of your optics again. You didn't actually
what do you mean by when you say
like
limits?
You just did.
The
you didn't
phrase
observe any curvature, nor did you measure any curvature.
Yeah, so you use this phrase like the limits of your optics.
Really curving when you didn't observe curvature nor
brother,
measure curvature in either instance.
Yeah, so you keep using this thing of like limits of your of your magnification. What was it? It was an O word.
Limits of your optics.
You were using limits of your optics to be like this heavy lifting word. How does that in any way apply? And I'll just, by the way, I'll presume what I think you're saying when you say that, so I'll just give you the refutation. So I can see like cities over. Like I can see in the realm of like 50 to 100, like not 100, but in the realm of like 50 miles over. When I'm in a plane, I can get nowhere close to that. Even if there's a boat that's like on the horizon, right? And like now the boat is actually higher than that actual horizon. I would not see the boat for 50 miles. So that would be like the example.
Earth surface when higher above the ground. You see less Earth surface when on the ground, when touching the ground. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. It's non sequitur.
Wait, no. But if you were a substantial, if you were at the highest point on a flat Earth, you would be able to see all of the flat Earth.
No.
Unless you were.
No.
Oh, why not? Why not? Because it's the limits of your optics, right?
Optics. Why the fuck does a horizontal surface of anything imply that you could see the entirety of the surface?
Wait, so limits of your optics. Wait. I have a really great question. How is it on Earth that the limits of our optics don't affect us when looking at Mars, but the limits of our optics like prohibit us from looking like 100 miles? Can you explain that in any coherent way? Oh, so you don't understand. Okay, yeah, you're done, bro. That is fucking cooked erroneous.
I'm done. What is that retort supposed to mean?
So you're saying the limits of our optics. You're saying that
from my position. What's the discrepancy? What's the problem?
You're saying that the land is there. You just can't see because you optically don't have the ability to see that far. Is that not what you're saying when you say the limits of your optics?
So what the fuck does that have to do with Mars?
Seeing Mars doesn't make the Earth.
How far? Yeah. So how far away is Mars? Or how far away would you think?
You don't know. You don't know how far it is. You don't know.
A better question would be.
Asking him these questions, he's gonna make his reply make sense. Okay. So who knows the distance? You don't know. I don't know.
How does seeing Mars make the Earth a globe?
That's what he's doing.
Forget Mars.
So Mars is 165.71 million miles away.
You're trying to say that just because you can see Mars, just because you can see Mars, it makes the Earth a globe?
Yeah, I didn't say just because I see Mars, it makes Earth a globe. Obviously, that would not be like the silly thing I would say. So this guy is saying that it's flat, right? But I can't see far enough to see that land. It's somehow like out of my view because my optics don't possess the ability to look that far. Okay, that's
you're naked eye.
Oh my God! You're insinuating there's a problem with my retort.
I know, and I'm trying to say that, but then you cut me off.
Gregory, the issue that he's having is that the problem is that whatever he imagined, whatever flat means, he's trying to imagine something, whatever that means, that imaginary thing in his mind, and he's attributing that to you, Gregory, and that's what you mean for flat. And whatever he's creating. Go ahead.
I don't see how
I understand him. I'm making him get his position coherent. He needs to actually say a real argument, not just say it with irritation as though there really is a problem. You need to actually identify the error in my retort. So what is your point right now?
I got you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying that maybe I'll look out, but when I'm, on the ground, I can't. I can maybe, like, if I looked in that direction, there would be land, but I just can't see that far. I'm limited by my optical ability to see that far. Is that what you're saying, right? Or is that not what you're saying?
You don't see the entire surface because your optics do not stretch that fucking far. What is the difficulty?
How far do they stretch?
Yeah, and there's stuff in front of you, dude. Just like when you look across the field, you're gonna see like
dude,
a hill.
I'm talking to Gregory. I am talking to Gregory. You are actually dysfunctional.
You're being disrupted at the moment.
I know I'm being disrupted by you, dumb fuck. Shut up, please.
Someone else is speaking, dude, or you're gonna be muted. Speak when others are speaking.
Can I just have 30 seconds? Hey, when you look out over the Earth, what are you looking through?
Go ahead. Reply to Gregory.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're
saying it's limited by our optics. How far would you say like our maximum optical ability is when enhanced with telescopes, when any like magnification thing? Like, do you think we could see maybe?
I can simply say this because he's not asking the right questions that get to the heart of the matter. I'll just simply say this to him: less than the expanse of the surface of the Earth. Right? I don't see across the entire Earth. I don't even see halfway across the entire Earth, right?
So I get you. So I'm not familiar enough with the flat Earth
diameter,
thing.
It's
wait, I get you, brother.
I'll complete the reply eventually.
Lucian, why are you interrupting after I told you not to do that?
Than the size of the distance of the Earth.
So I get you.
So whatever the specific integer is, whatever the specific quantity is, it's obviously not far enough to see across the entire surface of the fucking Earth.
Right. Yeah, that's obvious. I get you. No, you're
Gregory. So
okay?
how do we see further when we go up? Then, if there is a limit, it should apply even when we go up.
It does.
No, it doesn't, because when you are on a plane, it sees way
farther.
So
right?
Gregory,
you increase in height.
Wait,
you can see more. That doesn't mean it's extending further away.
It is, because we can calculate the distances. If I'm looking at a city that is further away when I'm on
why is this
a
guy
plane.
substituting Lucian? I'm not talking to him right now.
Okay.
So Gregory. So I'm curious. So in your flat Earth world, right? Do the distances? Can I please talk? It's really strange. In that world, do the general things we agree on in terms of distances apply? Like, would you say the U.S. is 300 miles across, or 3,000, whichever it is? Or is it
get to the point?
Oh, you agree with those? Okay, so in that case, when I'm in a plane and I fly from California to New York, I can't see New York. Funny enough, I can't even see Nevada. But just for the sake of I can't see New York. Okay, so you're saying my optics are limited, right? That would then say that if I look up at the sun, right? I shouldn't be able to see the sun, right? Unless it was within that 3,000 miles. So do you think the sun is 3,000 miles away, or within that kind of range? Would you say? I'm just curious.
What the fuck, dude?
That's weird.
Why is it
completely logical? How's that weird?
Because I'll explain it. So when you're looking across the Earth, what are you looking through? What are you looking through?
Probably your eyes.
You're looking through humidity, particles. You're looking through a lot of different things in the air.
The same goes when you look up. The same goes when you look up at the sun.
Not the same. Not the same.
Not the same at all.
So is it more than 3,000, less than 3,000? Which one is it?
I don't know.
Wait, so I'll even engage Timbo. I'll engage with what you're saying.
Can I engage? Listen. My God. What is the point?
So the point was already said, but Timbo's giving a response, and so I'll address the response. Okay. So Timbo,
just stop. Even on a globe.
Just stop.
Even on a globe, you have limited vision, right? You just bring up your news channel, bring up your weather channel, and it'll tell you can see 30 miles. The next day, it'll tell you can see 15. The next day, it might say 40. Next day, it'll say 20. Why is that?
I don't have any clue of what you're referencing.
There's both internal and external factors that limit the extent of your vision, which is my point and Timbo's point, and every flat
what limits it on the Earth? What limits it on the Earth?
Limited eyesight of the human body being limited, not atmospheric stuff.
Stop. Lucian, please reply.
So, what? So it sounded like Timbo was saying something to the effect of your view is obscured when you look sideways because you're looking through like air and particles, and at a certain point, this is foggy enough that it like is that what you're saying, Timbo?
Correct.
I'll just say it again because we need to move past this point. We don't need to keep going in circles on this point. It's very simple.
We're not going circles. We haven't even addressed this, bro. Holy shit!
Let's try again. We can move past this point. It's simple. I'll say it again. There are intrinsic and extrinsic factors that limit the extent of our visual perspective. That's the point.
What would those factors be? What are those factors?
Yeah, Gregory, that's correct. Yeah, the thing is in question is that the Globers are saying you can't see past because of whatever curvature, but you guys are saying there's other variables. They're throwing away all of the variables in place that can be observed and demonstrated, and saying, "No, we can't see because globe."
No. We have the globe and atmospheric stuff as well.
We don't.
We have a flat Earth talking rather than progress.
Conditions.
I just clarify what the point is.
Only one about optics.
Go ahead, clarify, Gregory. Go ahead.
Okay, so I already clarified the point. I'll say one last time. There are intrinsic and extrinsic factors, intrinsic to our optics and extrinsic to our optics, that factor into limiting the distance, the extent of our visual perspective. What is unclear about that? We can move on past that, right?
No, I get you. What are those? Can you list like a few of those factors just so I would have like an example?
Go to an exhaustive list of that.
I didn't say. Wait, why did I? When would you are actually insane? Bro. There's no way.
Mentioned several things. It is very patently obvious that it's just a fact of the matter, just with our eyes alone, notwithstanding any extrinsic limiting factors that our eyes simply do not see.
All right,
just be done,
so
bro?
Gregory,
Like,
are we gonna move? Listen, are we gonna move on to another point, or is Timbo gonna mention more of the points, intrinsic and the ones that you mentioned, or what are we gonna do? Because he asked you directly, Gregory, what is one of these points or variables? So
yeah, Timbo already told me several times. And I've already told him, just the intrinsic factor, it's simply the nature of the case with our eyes. They don't see forever. They don't have an infinite extent of their field of view, nor do they even see several thousand miles. It's ridiculous. In addition, with all the other external factors that limit our optics, humidity, refraction, gases, fluids, etc., etc.
Gregory, a very important question would be, how do our optics work?
Just let Lucian reply to me.
Lucian left. He jumped out, so never mind that.
Okay, so
move on from him. Let's continue with the other guy, I guess, if we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, how do optics work?
Can I say something only about optics? What I'm intrigued. For example, there are people who are making a long distance photo shots, and there is a Guinness competition for that. And the guy who won the Guinness record is like, I think, from 255 miles till 275 miles. That means, I don't know the exact number, but let's say it's 255 miles. My question is this: why we should to see something more, and we have competitions in optics, and that record is 255 miles? How I can see more because we have competitions in optics, and record is 255 miles.
How do they work? How do they work fundamentally? Like our side.
Why we don't have a record of 400 miles?
No. Answer the question, please.
Why we don't have a photo, any photo on 400 miles?
You're lying about this record. That's what I'm saying.
No, do we have a photo on 400 miles? Because I have a photo on 255 miles.
Are we talking about the human side? We're not talking about pictures.
Okay, he's just not going to engage on the subject, so we just need to move on to something else.
Yeah, that's how.
Vanek, the mic was given to you to have a back and forward between questions. So you kind of ignoring what the guy is asking you. If you're not gonna reply to his question, just mute and we'll move on.
No, I asked the question.
No, but you're gonna reply to him because he wanted to speak before, so he proposed something to you. And can you engage or not?
Okay, repeat that.
How we can have the competition in the
whispering like a creep into the microphone.
Sorry.
I'm just whispering.
My bad.
Can't shout like you, but I'm just talking normal.
My bad. My mic is too good.
Gemsy.
Oh,
Vanek.
My bad.
Yeah.
So, anyways, all of this rigmarole for no good reason, right? The idea that they're trying to get to with all this foolish multiplication of words, they're acting as though there would not be a limit to what we see, whether we are standing on the surface or at whatever other given height above the surface of the earth. It's ridiculous. There's nothing about the premise the earth's surface is horizontal that necessarily extends, especially like orders of magnitude, the distance of the extent of our field of view. It's ridiculous. Now, why is it that I can succinctly, in a sentence or two, articulate the point they're trying to convey, but they have to spend several minutes with incoherent bickering in order to finally get that point across?
So are you addressing Vanek? What's going on, Vanek? Are you gonna reply?
Vanek asked the question, and they dodged it by going to another point. So.
Okay. What was the question?
I wanted to address Gregory saying that we have a limited eyesight.
Yeah,
so
we
I
do.
asked him how does the eyesight work in the first place? Because
so
he clearly doesn't understand that.
I'm going to answer your question. I'll be short. I'll keep it short. Right. On a globe, how far can you see due to atmosphere?
Is that an answer to my question?
Yeah, just it's going somewhere. It's going to answer your question.
Answer my question.
Wait, you asking Timbo he's asking you how does eyesight works? That's his question for you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not anything to do with the
because
globe.
He claims that we can't
we're gonna move on from that question. That's not a valid question.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so Vanek, I want to learn. I don't know how eyesight works. Can you tell me, Vanek, how does eyesight work? Go ahead.
Clearly, it's the light that comes into our eyes. You guys are acting like our eyes projects our view, like field of view or something.
That's how you see.
Like yeah, exactly. So what you see is light. If light comes from very far away,
not get our position correct.
If light comes from very far away,
you had this misconception about our position.
Can I just, Vanek? Can I just have you for a couple of minutes and I'll mute again, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have Timbo. Go ahead. My bad.
So the question at hand is about how far we can see, right? Would you agree with that?
Sorry, what's that?
The question at hand is how far we can see. Would you agree with that?
The question at hand is how sight works. Which then would imply
but that's got the question at hand is how far we can see, because that's got to do with what was the conversation before, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, right, we agree that on a globe you're limited vision, right, with weather and atmospheric conditions, and then all of a sudden, when you go to a flat plane,
I didn't say that.
All of a sudden, we should be able to see forever.
I didn't
How
say
does that work?
Our limited sight is the horizon, not how far we can see.
No, so why in the weather does it say 10 miles, then 20 miles, then 30 miles?
In the horizon.
Is the horizon changing?
No, it's not the horizon changing. There is like some.
So it's not the horizon that limits your view.
I'm talking in all direction, not just towards the horizon.
What are you talking about?
False distinction.
I'm talking about sight. We're just talking about how far the human sight can see, regardless of if you're looking at the horizon, the sky, the bottom, whatever it is. You understand that? It's very simple.
Let's try this. When you see an object lift up, ascend into the air on the clearest of days with the best eyesight, if it ascends high enough, it will become invisible. You do know that. You acknowledge that, right?
Because of size.
So yes, you acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, because of size.
I want an explicit yes. I want the word yes.
Yeah, so the optics are limited.
Because of size, it's not yes. Like I'm explaining you why.
Optics are limited due to optical limitations. Yes, size, atmosphere, moisture, cloud.
Of course, I'm not denying that. Yes, I'm not denying that.
Okay, yes.
So why would you say?
So yes.
So then why would you say that on a flat plane you should be able to see forever?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
No, that was the other guy. It was Lucian.
Yeah, no. You said you were asking what limits vision. So on both cases, the atmosphere limits vision, right?
Okay, let's say
if you want to talk about the horizon limiting vision, then we can talk about that because that's a different case.
So we're talking about two different things. You're going to address what I'm talking about?
I just outlined the two different things.
Yeah, but I'm talking about my thing. So
okay, what are you talking about then?
About our sight in all direction. Like,
who gives a shit? It's got your sight. How it works has got nothing
because
to do with the curvature of the globe.
Okay,
nothing.
I was asking that because Gregory said that we cannot see stars very far away, Mars or whatever.
No, but you don't. The whole point was you don't know how far away they are.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Shut the hell up. Don't say it again.
I will say it again. You did.
No, I didn't. Off track. Stop going off track. Don't worry about it. You don't know how far away they are. So you can't say that.
It's okay.
You don't know how far away they are. So you can't say that you can see forever because you see a star. Because you've got no distance on the star.
Just lied about me. I never said you can't see the damn star. I said you don't know the distance to the star, like Timbo just said to you.
You said you can't see a star that is millions of miles away.
You're a dickhead, mate. Go fuck off, man.
He's lying.
Yeah, I had enough, man. You're a fuckwit.
Can you see a star that is millions of miles away?
See you, dude.
That's ridiculous. I never said the predication you cannot see a star millions of miles away, nor did I say that you can't see a star. I never said that sentence ever in my life.
Well, the guy said he wasn't.
I just repeated what he said.
And he didn't.
Now, all he could have did was just say, "Oh, I misheard you," not digging his heels to repeat the very same correction to his error. To repeat the same error that I just corrected, said that wrong.
Well, he said he wasn't going to provide any globe evidence when he came in, and well, he kept to his word. Definitely didn't provide any globe evidence. So at least give him that.
He didn't even bother to like have the decency to just be consistent with one point of critique. He just was trying to persevere to scrutinize us rather than concentrate on the subject, right? No, we don't need to go into an entire curricula course about the nature of optics. The point is that when you ask us, why don't we see this far, even not including any of the extrinsic factors external to our visual optics, just the sheer nature of our optics alone is limited. That's it. Our eyes do not see forever, not even several thousand miles. Just acknowledge it.
Yeah, things get smaller with distance, perspective.
The object of any given particular size at any given particular distance will be visible or invisible. If it's too small and too far away, you won't see it.
Yeah, it's if Earth was flat, we would see the Eiffel Tower from China argument.
Mm-hmm. So no, you won't. The Earth's surface does not make you have Superman vision. What the hell are you talking about? That is a comic book. Being on a flat Earth does not make you a Kryptonian.
Yeah, you.
Try again. You're roboting. Try again.
Kryptonians. Oh, I just said you all want to be Kryptonians.
Wait, I just put it together. Nah, because your username. Everybody want to be like Crypto. Cryptosthenes. That's clever.
I'll be back in a bit. I think I'm roboting, but
anyone else? We have two approaches. I can either do the interview or I can just cut to the chase with the refutations. Now, usually with someone the likes of Lucian, I'm just going to cut to the chase to the refutations because, for obvious reasons. But with someone who's genuinely inquiring, I'll do the interview first.
But I did like Rob Noxious's evidence of a spinning globe Earth. He had a toy globe. He was spinning a toy globe with his hand, saying, "Look, Earth's spinning." I thought that was really good evidence.
This toy is a ball, therefore the Earth is a ball. Sound logic.
Just I can show you Earth spinning, and he's spinning a toy globe. He says, "Look, Earth spinning." That was his evidence of Earth spinning. Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, the worst one is I can see a few stars in the sky. Therefore, I should be able to see forever.
Really disappointing that people can like somehow reason that in their brains.
Hey, Fletzy.
What's up?
You're assuming they have brains.
They do. I just wish that they knew how to use it.
The fact that flat Earth is made to be so ridiculous. They think just by looking into it, they may be ridiculed. So if they come in ridiculing, it stops them from being ridiculed.
Well, the thing is, in scientism, there is no authentic source for ethics. So they don't have any virtue. There is no virtue in scientism. They're just stealing virtues and values of various kinds from other worldviews. But with their atheistic, materialistic, empiricistic aspects of their worldview, there is no virtue, there's no value whatsoever. That's why they usually collapse into skepticism and nihilism and then commit suicide. Not to get dark, but that's the truth. And so there's no ethic to be critically considerate, self-scrutinizing, humble, with humility, and engage in amicable and cordial discourse. There's nothing that obliges them to do that, especially under the threat of any given penalty. So they're not in the habit of doing that. They're not in the habit of doing that, and nor do they exercise any self-control to practice that. Ideas have consequences.
When presented with this topic, never I didn't understand it at first when I first heard someone tell me about flat Earth and the position, but I never just all of a sudden went, if the Earth was flat, couldn't you see forever? Like I never
thought that either. Thank you.
Thought that ever.
That never occurred to me ever.
But when you spend
on its face,
so much
like
time
how could
looking at lights
have
in
that
the
process?
sky,
There might be a delay. Try again, Flassy.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm saying that
Sorry.
it's just ridiculous on its face to even present that as some sort of rebuttal to anything that we say.
Right. Rob, what were you trying to say?
I'm sorry. I might have cut out there. No, just when they spend so much time looking at lights in the sky, and they can't see because that means that there's a height to see them.
I think I get what you're getting at, but I can't hear you clearly. You're roboting.
Sorry,
Maybe
I
disconnect,
got bad
reconnect.
connection here. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, in my youth, I had the benefit of learning about how telescopes were made. So it never occurred to me that you could see forever because they kept building bigger and bigger telescopes so they could see better.
Right.
You know?
No, we don't need to build telescopes. We just need to make the Earth flat. Now we can see thousands of miles just with the naked eye.
And my back isn't quiet.
How far can your eyes see?
What does Google say?
Mic check.
I heard that.
Am I better now? I was just saying that they spend so much time looking at lights in the sky that when you tell them they can't see forever, it triggers them when they want to look at shit on the ground.
Do you think it's the intensity of light or the intensity of eyes? What do they say?
Christ alive. The link that I just posted. Sheesh. That's cringe. One of the questions that is the subheading. What is the range of the human eye? The range of vision for a person is infinite. You can see for miles and miles. On a clear day, you can see for up to 3 miles before the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. Christ alive.
Well, the physics actually tells us a different story.
How far can your eyes see?
And then they said you can see skyscrapers in a further distance than 3 miles due to no horizon obstruction. What?
It's serious. You know, people are gonna.
I did not expect this.
And it's ridiculous.
I didn't think it was going to be like such a conspicuous affirmation of scientism. The next paragraph in the same subheading says, if you look into the sky, you can see stars during the night that are millions of miles away, like you were just mentioning, Rob.
That's it. They spend so much time looking at the lights in the sky that they think they can see forever.
So how far can your eyes see?
We have a ceiling.
When do you stop seeing?
The next subheading says factors on how far the human eye can see. Here's a list of factors that can affect the range you can see. A person's eyesight and overall eye health. Having a healthy eyesight is a major factor for determining how far you can see. This is why it's important to get an eye exam and wear the proper eyewear if necessary. Next point, brightness and size of the object.
Glasses, eyeballs are shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I like measurements, not observation.
How do we see?
Measurements are the real deal.
Your eye absorbs photons.
How do we see?
The next point is this: brightness and size of the object. A bigger object is easier to see, but the brightness also plays a part. This is why it's easy to see stars in the night sky that are millions of miles away. Line of sight. Depending on the angle of the object, there might be obstructions from letting you see further.
How do we see?
Yeah, see, because it always baffles me whenever you look at one of them perspective grids. I know everybody's seen one, but you got to remember you're standing on the bottom, right? But they always show you a perfect square of vision as it like progresses smaller and smaller. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about, so I'm going to continue. But what if the distance between your eyes and the floor was the same as your eyes to the roof? How far would you see then? So like, then another example would be you just stand on a cliff, so you have more angle below you, and you would still have to have, like, say it's a 60-foot cliff, you need a 60-foot ceiling.
No, but your eyes still see.
Of how far you can see.
Your eyes still see. Obstruction is different from how far your eyes can see.
We already said, the article already said 3 miles. So there's that.
So there we are. I can see 3 miles. Good. Excellent.
And
Thank you.
That's being generous.
I can see.
But then what happens when I'm 1 foot and I see 10 miles? Is that just because
so is it 3 miles or is it 10 miles?
My eyeballs.
I've seen 3 miles or 10 miles.
Or is it 25 miles?
Whoa.
Now,
Crazy.
like this article is saying. Hang on, let me actually post it.
5 miles. That's too far. That's too far. I can't see 25 miles. That's
so
too
the
far.
article from All About Vision. Okay.
But I can look.
So there's the article. Wait.
Millions of miles away.
I can't see 25 miles.
Go on.
Hang on. There's
I
just
suppose
confusing
it might have to do something with how like unobstructed or bright it was, but 25 miles is a long way. I can't see that far. There's usually something in the way, right? So I can't see that far. Go on, what's your article? I'm listening. What's your scientific article?
So there's this article from All About Vision. You can read both of them that I posted in the open chat. Okay, so it's not just a fixed distance simpliciter, right? Because
definitely
the
not going
extent
to.
of our eyesight is.
What's a simpliciter? Sorry.
It's not as though there's just this fixed distance that our eyes can see, regardless of any of the other factors. No, it's the extent of our vision. Is going to increase or decrease depending on the factors, right? Now, even with
what factors?
Largest object, as it were. Well, actually, let me not say that way. So, let me
like how big it is.
Subheading. What affects how far you can see, right?
Yeah, how big it is,
brightness,
how bright it
temperature,
is, and how unobstructed it is. Yeah, good.
Yeah, height, brightness, air temperature, the size of the object, all these things factor in. Of course, also eye health, right? So there's that. All right.
Yeah,
so there's various factors that factor into our eyesight.
Blind.
But like when standing on obviously flat surface, like you just go outside. Say you're standing at an airport outside, and you see a bird ascend up into the air. Right? We've seen plenty of things ascend up into the, or like, how about this? A balloon, right? You let the balloon go. If it ascends high enough, it's going to become invisible, right? That's just looking up into the air.
Well, you won't
on a
see
clear
it.
day.
I think it's more accurate to say you will not be able to see it.
It will become invisible. You cannot see it.
You will be unable to resolve it.
Yeah, the more technical term.
At a high elevation.
Right. Right. And that's without trying to factor in any surface of any kind. There's no surface between your eyes and the balloon ascending, increasing its altitude. Right. So, right, we can acknowledge that there's a limit to our optics. Right. The particular size of the object and the particular distance of the object, if it's too small and too far away, will not be seen, whether it's on a surface or not.
I need to I need to put a newspaper at the other end of a room before. Well, but that's an exaggeration. I need to hold a newspaper at arm's length, because because I'm old. I can't focus
the size of the text and the distance of the text. You have to bring it closer enough so that it can be resolved.
But I can still see the moon.
Yeah, the moon is.
See what happens when you look for lights in the sky?
The moon and the celestial bodies,
how this works is
the moon and the celestial bodies. I'm trying to answer you. The moon and the celestial bodies, yeah. It stands to reason that they very well may be small, bigger than the text on the newspaper. Right? Let's not fall into the presumption that they are the unfathomable distances that we're taught. We don't know the distance nor their size.
No, but you can work out for yourself, can't you?
No, you can't. Because in order to get the distance, you need the size of the object. In order to get the size of the object, you needed the distance. So you're locked in a circular reasoning.
And that's impossible.
I know it's impossible, given the refutation I just said. That's what they do, right? They didn't actually do the act of measuring the size of the object and or the distance. They presupposed one of the two figures that they need to get the other one. They presuppose the supposed size of the celestial objects to get the distance, and they presuppose the distance to get the size. That's what they did.
Who's presupposing here?
The scientists of scientism. I don't need to identify the individuals per se name. In history, the people who are promulgating these cosmological, astrological doctrines are presupposing a supposed size of the moon and the sun and the stars so that they can get the distance, and then presuppose the distance to get
the Why would they do that, do you think? Why would they do that, do you think?
I don't need to digress to that. That's not the point. The point is that you don't actually know the size of the celestial objects nor the distance to them.
A very odd thing to say.
Of course, it's odd for them to say it.
No, it's a very odd thing for you to say.
Stop it.
It's a very odd thing for you to say.
Stop. You're just being disruptive calmly. You're just disrupting the voice channel with a calm tone. Stop that. Obviously, the point is you don't know
what you're saying.
Obviously, the point is the empirical credentials of this cosmological doctrine, not trying to ascertain their motives, trying to do a criminal investigation. That's not the point right now. The point is they don't know the size of the celestial objects, nor the distance to them. That's the point. And the pattern of inference that they use to try and justify believing that they know the size or the distance of these things is to presuppose the two different integers in a vicious circle.
He's gone?
Gregory, you've gone into silence.
We lost Gregory. Come back, Gregory.
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry if I... I didn't die. I was listening to him. I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe he pushed Def in by accident.
Right. Is he back?
You're still on Def, and so what was the point of contention?
We can't see forever, but if you Google how far you can see, it says you can see infinite.
You can pretty much like. I mean, so long as
But that's only if you look at the lights in the sky.
So long as the photons interact with your retina, you have a perception. I mean, whether they hit your retina or not, I mean, that's dependent on all sorts of things.
We got to be a little bit more empirical about this. Number one, Google is a medium.
Yeah.
Number two, what is the source and how do they support that claim? You can't see forever.
You can look at things. You can look at
Gregory
things, can't you?
posted it in the chat.
And you can actually look at things that are far away, and they might not be that far away, but you can tell the difference. The speed of light is very, very fast, right? But it isn't so fast. It isn't so fast that it's imperceptible. So you can actually do this, and the same with gravity. You can do this with quantum clocks. You can use gravity, if you like, and you can use the same sort of instruments to measure gravitational fields. And I know that's a very trite and bollocks sort of thing, and it's a shorthand for something we don't understand and we haven't properly described. I appreciate that. But you can do these things.
Just to be clear, we're not talking about celestial distances, right?
Well, this is intrinsic to it, isn't it? This is all intrinsic. Space-time is intrinsic to our current understanding of reality. And you chaps saying like, I look up
assertions.
There's no proof.
You're just making baseless assertions. Okay. We have to put a cap on all the baseless assertions. Let's do one at a time and then support our claims. Let's just not ramble. It's not going to be productive.
Our assertions with
he was talking while he was
verifiable and repeatable experimental physical evidence that we have in abundance.
Sedative. All right, he's going to stay on mute because he's retarded. Anybody else want to back up his claims?
That was hilarious.
He was just steady talking the entire time he was muted.
That's why he's here. Just make baseless assertions and ramble. Let's see if he's still going. This should be interesting. Oh, no, he's done.
Sorry,
okay, one claim at a time. Yeah, you do. I asked you to stop twice. You kept going.
Sorry, it's a bad connection. I don't know if it's you or me.
You are roboting a bit, says he.
All right, sorry. Is it any better now?
That's much better.
Okay. Okay, friend. Can you make one claim at a time and then support it with some kind of evidence instead of just kind of scattergunning?
As to what?
Pick one.
Well, you made a lot of baseless assertions on just any of the things that you mentioned earlier. Do you think you could support it with some kind of evidence?
I'm not a physicist. I really am not.
Well, I know, but are you just going to spew at us what they tell you,
well, I mean,
and then not support it? Because if the physicists don't support it to you, that should be your red flag, right? How come they didn't support it?
Well, I suppose you've got equal access to me, to a library and the internet.
No, it's okay, Gregory. It's okay. Yeah, I do have the same access, and we've all checked for the evidence and the support of the claims that you spouted off. We've all heard them, but there isn't any. So I guess I'm asking you if you have information that I don't.
So I suppose that I do appreciate that the level of evidence that you're after is. I certainly am not qualified to give you. Now that might sound like an admission that, well, what am I on about? I'm just on about a belief system or something. It's like some faith I have. But I'm also aware that, when really qualified scientists do talk to you about what they do, you're not really keen on accepting that either. So how about you give me something really basic and fundamental that breaks the, if you like, the globe model that you think is in contention with that.
That's the problem, right? So there is no globe model. I've never seen it. No, it's fine. There's been no globe model presented as far as we're aware. So unless you have something that we don't know about, there's no globe model to see.
I think there is a globe model. I think you get the.
Oh, fantastic! Can you post it for me, please?
There's not a body of sort of.
No, that's not a model. What you are describing is a lot of baseless assertions that you are repeating to me. A lot of the baseless assertions, the body, right? The body of evidence that no one's given you, all the claims that you're talking about, all the affirming the consequent fallacies that you've been presented and you've memorized. All of those things are not models. If you have a model to present, I would love to see it.
Be giving them to you. So So you're not
your microphone is not powerful enough to talk through other people's voices and be heard clearly. It's just a cacophony. So,
are you saying is it me?
Really asked you say an argument for any of your cosmological beliefs. Let's start with the globe. Say an argument to justify believing the Earth is a ball.
Well, I suppose that the what about the sun things that I see? What about the sun rising?
Okay.
And tracking through the sky in the way it does, and the stars tracking the way they do. That that's something that's been observed, and people have drawn conclusions from observing that. I haven't done that myself.
What you're telling me, friend, I don't need you to continually add to the example or the observation that you're talking about. Okay, so the sun rising. Well, if you're using that in a colloquial term, then you're describing a sun in motion, not the Earth, rising in relation to a horizontal plane. So already you've told me that the Earth is both stationary and flat. How is the stationary flat Earth that you just described evidence for a globe?
No, I've certainly not made that assertion. I've just told you what I've observed. I've not given you an explanation for it. What you?
No, I didn't ask. Friend, you are already strawmanning me. That's kind of rude, bro. Why are you being so rude to me right now? You just said the sun rises, and you said that it moves. Excuse me.
I'm challenging a assumption that you made about what.
No, I didn't make an assumption. Oh, okay. So you didn't describe the sun rising. You didn't do that?
No, I did do that, but what then you went on to say? What then you went on to say was that I'd made the assumption that I've made
No, I
assumptions
didn't
about
say
that.
that. You're made I didn't say that. You're a liar. How dare you? How dare you say that I said that you made an assumption? I didn't say that at all. I said that you described. This is the part where I mute you because you're kind of being an asshole. You described the sun moving and the stars in relation, this is colloquially, to a stationary flat Earth. That's what you described. I would prefer it if you said, well, what about the Earth moving, right? Not the sun rising. Don't tell me about how the stars move. Tell me about how the Earth moves.
But so I perceive that the Earth rotates in relation to a seemingly static sky, which is actually true.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the sky is static.
I prefer that.
Well, do you observe a static sky and the Earth moving? Tell me how you perceive the Earth moving. How do you measure that?
The stars certainly look to be in the same place. The sun doesn't, does it? And the moon doesn't. You've seen that.
No, they're all always moving.
The stars appear to be fixed, yeah.
No, they don't.
They appear to me to be fixed, and
not at all. I would very much through the sky through the year too. They don't stay in the same place, dude. Are you serious? They always move.
Stars.
Some of them have retrograde motion. Have you ever heard of retrograde motion?
Okay, there we are.
Okay, there. So what you can observe, everybody can observe. The same thing that everybody observes is both the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Retrograde.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and just blast right through me? All of these actually move. That's everybody's experience. I would like for you to tell me if you can measure the Earth spinning, or if your observation is the same as mine, where the celestials move.
Can't you use a gyroscope to do that and measure 15?
Well, show me. Show me.
Well, hasn't it already been done by the Flat Earth documentary?
Oh, okay. So it's only the flat earthers that can prove the Earth to be moving, and not the globe earthers. Is that what you're saying? Oh no! So no. So it's not the example that you want to use.
Sorry.
Are the flat earthers the only ones that have done it, or has anybody else?
He is too confident and too determined to talk to people while being so bad at debate.
So apparently the flat earthers are the only ones that have proven the Earth to be spinning. That's a development.
Well, enjoy yourself.
Wah.
It's not respectable nor commendable. If you're going to go out of your way to talk with that much condescending confidence, and go out of your way to just try to steamroll through everyone else's voice, at least say replies that remotely resemble any type of rule of inference to be an argument.
What's a rule of
reiterate the cosmology of scientism on various points without any argument. It's ridiculous. As he's continuing to do the very thing I'm chastising him for.
You're chastising me now.
Yeah,
well, thanks.
Chastising you for being condescendingly disruptive.
You're really friendly and non-toxic community, so thanks for that.
You're
also open-minded.
Right? We don't need to digress into that. It's not as though you have a justification.
Sedative.
This way of saying
sedative.
Go fuck yourself.
Sedative.
What?
Yeah. Well, you lost here today. Is that your parting words? Since you lost, is just kind
I'm quite happy to concede that I have lost your debate. And
okay. Well, we don't have to part on these types of terms, right?
Thank you for having me.
Debate? That wasn't a debate. It was a demolition. It was a demolition of the globe.
It was a demolition. I was demolished.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Obviously.
So, the flat Earth movement is good. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
What do you mean? The flat Earth doesn't move. How can there be a flat Earth movement if it doesn't move? What are you talking about, bro?
Shut up.
That is
Senator, we don't have to part on these terms.
that was double speak.
It's just that I would like you to present something that has some substance. Like, we like to have these conversations, but if you're going to say the same things that everybody has already been taught, and all the claims that we've been taught, but none of the evidence, it's kind of pointless, right? Like, you could hang out and listen, you could do that, or you could actually bring what you do know.
And it's not convincing.
The what? I'm sorry, I missed that part. The what?
I've listened to you loads, and it's not convincing at all.
To the what?
Not intelligible.
He's listened to you loads, and he's not. You know, he's not getting.
Well, we haven't presented anything other than the flat Earth evidence that you've presented. So you provided the flat Earth evidence today.
I know this is a really, a snapshot, but I've spent literally hours and hours listening to you guys, and when you were on the Flat Earth 24/7 discourse and the YouTube, and what's the guy's name who's splintered off? Like, I'm very aware of your community, and there's none of the big hitters here.
Okay, so what have you heard of all of these people, all of these groups speaking about these topics? What is the actual argument or presentation that you've heard that you say, you know what, I don't agree with this? What are you trying to say? You don't agree with people, or you don't agree with the observations? You have an issue with reality? What is your problem, sir? What is your issue with the stuff that is being said, the realist level? What is your problem with that?
Will you allow me to answer that honestly? And it's not going to be. It's not going to be about necessarily about the argument about.
You're wasting the opportunity to say what you want to say.
He can't prevent you from giving an honest answer. It's up to you.
Well, you can. You can mute me. You can say you don't want to hear it.
Say it and find out. Jeez.
Right. So, part of it was, certainly to begin with, I was really fascinated with. You're going to get bored with this and just kick me before I even get into it.
Are you trying to bore us? Are you trying to bore us?
There we are. Right. I just thought.
Listen, I'm cooking right now. I'm the one. Listen, nobody's going to kick you. Listen, bro, I'm going to assure you.
I'm wasting your time. I'm wasting your time. Honestly,
so
it's not worth it.
Don't worry about him. Don't listen.
As you persevere to say that while you talk to the moderator.
I'm the one that asked him the question. So right now I'm cooking, and you're gonna help me cook. So can you reply to what I ask you? Don't worry about the other guys kicking you or whatever. I'm not gonna kick you. You're right here. You're a co-pilot. Can you help me out reach what you're saying? You said that you've listened to all these peoples in these communities, and you've heard this thing, and you don't agree with it. But can you be specific? What is the points that you don't agree with, or what is it? What is your problem with the acknowledgement of the reality that we are acknowledging and talking about? What is your problem with that? Which one is it specifically? Can you reply, please?
I'll try to. I'll try to be brief. Thank you. You're very generous. I was really fascinated with this movement, and I looked at some YouTube channels, and I know just keep an eye to see if I get muted so I don't talk to myself. So when I first heard about the idea of flat Earth, I heard about it when I was a child, and I heard probably the same thing that many people heard, that it was something that all people that in ancient times thought was true. I do not think it's true, and I think there's very good evidence to not have that position. And I don't think that has been an educated physicist position for thousands and thousands of years now. And if you have particular arguments that you want me to go against, you got me, because you rehearse them, you know them. Now, what I was more interested in was, I suppose, on YouTube, Do you people? Does anyone know who Simon Dan is? I came across his channel. I got bored of it several years ago, but I looked at this. He was very much against the flat Earth, and he's clearly he's got some degree of autism. He's very monomaniacal, and I thought it was very interesting how he approached this. And it was nice for me in a way because it revised some of the basic principles of physics and cosmology that I looked at years and years ago, and I've forgotten. And I, to be honest, I thought it was kind of fun that he was sort of trying to lord it over people who were seemingly ignorant and didn't understand science. However, I got bored of that, and I thought I should actually try and engage with people who were involved in this community and see, why they think something so eccentric compared to the mainstream belief, if you like, and see what that was really about. And that was on the internet, and that was on the old Discord channel. And
so the closer that you go to a reply, you said one of the things is that you're saying that people on the past or our ancestors, for a fact, aligned landmark structures on this ground, and they came to the realization, right? And they were able to do all these things on reality.
I didn't say that.
No, you said that people in the past were wrong, and now the physicists are correct. You said something like that.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. So what do you say about people in the past? That was before you spoke about other stuff, people in here or whatever. My question was, can you give me one of the things that you learned listening to people in these communities, and you have a problem with that?
No. I mean, like I said, I mean, I don't think this is very interesting for you, and I'm not sure I should necessarily continue because I'm not sure.
You spoke for a long time, and I muted myself.
Yes, I did. I did.
Yeah, and then when I started speaking, you started speaking.
But you started speaking
this
about
guy said it in Mercury, like, this cannot be real. He cannot be engaging in good faith with sincerity.
There we are. Okay.
No, he's trying.
I can.
But I gotta point out that I wasn't.
I can disengage.
Someone's critical of me. There it is.
Right. Like that was a knockdown point of his.
Under Heaven Earther was asking.
Space, taking these extended lectures, not engage, just dodging every scrutinizing question we say to him, refusing to give any argument to justify his position, going on and on, but with his autobiography about what bores him, about what interests him, and it's ridiculous.
I told you about it. Well, anyway, thank you guys. I thank you for you let me speak a lot. To be fair, and I'll leave you alone.
Let's do it again. So listen.
Well, you didn't answer my question. That's the problem.
What's the
you
question?
Didn't answer
What's the question?
From the actual argument, from the observations that we can do beyond the limitations of the geometry of the ball, that we can see beyond that geometry, right? When we observe this and do this in reality, measure it, observe it, verify it, when we do all these things and we can show it and demonstrate it, what is your problem with that? What is your issue that you have? That you've heard this. You listen. You've heard this already multiple times.
That's a completely meaningless question.
Completely meaningless question.
Well, what is the question?
Just like all of your replies so far.
So listen. I'm saying this overall because he said that he's been listening to many channels, many people, many flat earthers, many communities about this, and he's having a problem. I'm trying to identify the problem specifically to see what is the root cause of his problem,
Well,
but
no, I mean,
he doesn't
Yeah,
want
he's
to
not
get
trying to
there.
do that.
You don't want
Yeah,
to
Jim
hear
said he's
it.
not trying to do that. You're trying to do that. He's not trying to do that. Not only is he not trying to do that, he's resisting your effort to try and complete that task. He's not here to engage in discourse and or debate. He's here to troll.
I'm not
I
here
get
to
it
troll.
now.
I mean, I'm not here to troll you.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not here
are.
to
Said
troll
the
you.
troll.
You are.
You had plenty of
Okay.
opportunities to
So,
engage in discourse and or debate, and you dodged all of them.
There we are. Well,
yep. If you're going to say goodbye, you better darn well take a
And
hike.
he does it by interrupting because he spoke, and then I try to navigate with him or drive or cook, but
okay.
he just
Look,
wanna throw
good luck,
water
guys.
on the
Good luck.
fire.
He's doing it right now.
Night.
It's
Yeah.
not like he has a justification.
Thanks for being an interrupting prick.
Now, you see, he's an instance where they are. I will give him credit. Give credit where credit is due. That was a more convincing troll. It was a more convincing pretense of critical consideration. But when you have, like I just said, several instances where you have the floor wide open to you to finally engage in discourse, to finally answer the scrutinizing questions, to finally say an argument in your defense and or in refutation against us, and you pass all up with non-arguments, conspicuous non-arguments, you're not here to engage in discourse and or debate. You're pretending like you are. Well, Gregory, you know there is a possibility he is just that awful. Okay, fine, go ahead. He's that god awful at engaging in discourse and or debate. Yeah, one of the two. Because they already know by now that if they're just belligerently ignorant, they're going to immediately get shut down. So in order to maximize the quantity of time they control, they have to readjust their tone. Can't just bicker for forevermore. Can't conspicuously bicker forevermore. You have to disguise your bickering as critical consideration. Do y'all know that Big Daddy Flurf is in the house?
Oh, that's Elijah. I saw him earlier. I was like, wait, who's this? And then I heard him speaking. I heard him speaking before. So the guy, yeah, he left anyway. There's no point. We've seen this happening, but he was kind of like actually avoiding the whole conversation and just trying to talk about people in here and how people behave or whatever. Yeah, it's all good. Well, welcome. Any new people have any questions, you can address them to Gregory and Big Daddy. You can address the questions to them. Go ahead. You got the mic.
Separated Eli from Big Daddy Flurf.
Any questions? Free questions. Go ahead.
The globe's over.
We have a choice. Either we're going to focus on engaging those who are sincere and genuine, or we're going to focus on demolishing the sophists and the disruptors. I mean, both are worthwhile, but the former are more worthwhile engaging longer and more often than the latter.
You know something? It depends also in the individual as well. Because if it was kind of like a younger mind that actually has questions and doesn't know much about the topics,
The tonality, I will take it a little different, but the guy's opened his mic and said that he's been listening to all of this and all people in here for some time. So he knows what we're talking about. He knows the conversation. So why is he not actually engaging with the actual points? Why is he doing that?
Okay, can I say
Because
something?
he don't want to. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we go to school as children, there's always the bullies, you know? and that's the problem. Maybe he's pointing out that.
Well, you said always, and that's like an absolute. I don't think there's always the bullies, because in reality, when there's a bully, there's always even bigger than that bully. And there's I remember that I didn't there wasn't much bullying when I was in school. You know why? Because the bullies will get beat up
by a bigger one.
Well, let's see if Nick can actually tie his reply to be relevant to what Jimsy just said.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, there's always gonna be people that want to do wrong, and that's it. Like, how can you, if you can't change people, just change people. That's my point.
No, yeah. He basically affirmed the answer that I affirmed because he doesn't want to. Why is he not trying to inquire? Why is he not trying to be synthetic? Why is he not trying to be critically considerate? Because he doesn't want to. Not even attempting to do so. He's not attempting to do so because he didn't choose to do so. He didn't choose to do so because he obviously doesn't want to. He wants to irritate.
And we want to talk about the topic, not the people.
Right. Doesn't have to be explained to adults. I mean, at least it shouldn't. That if adult A wants to do action A, they will at least attempt to do it, and it will be conspicuous that they want to do it in general.
This is
like any
You know one
territory.
thing. You know one thing. If I were to have like a lot of money, I would still be me. I would still be this boring guy who listens to this. You know.
But everything comes with the territory, because if you want to listen to stuff like this or even have the conversation, yeah, you come to this room. You have question, or maybe you have answers from topics that people have questions. Maybe you can open your mic and answer a question for someone else about a specific topic that you know about, right? But then why would you come in here not to engage with the actual topic of this VC and just try to evade the actual conversation by doing something else? Like, that's kind of weird. Just, if you want to listen and do that in your mind, but if you're gonna address people in here and then ask you something specific, try your best to address those points and engage with that, not what you think we should be doing in the room because in other rooms or other places they do that or whatever. Hopefully that's understandable.
Fantastic. Well said.
You know, sometimes I think I give the average folk, what did I say? The average folk. Sometimes I give any given person too much credit with their acumen. I mean, because some folks are just ridiculous. They are genuinely behaving, or they're not deliberately doing foolishness. They're trying to. How do I even phrase this in English? It's not like they know this is stupid and they're still doing it. They think they're making sense when they say this or do this, but it's obviously foolish still. There are some folks like that. So he may think, someone like, what's the name? Sedative Mercury. He may think he's engaging well, but he ain't.
For those people who are liars and bad people, I want them to have a lone day, so they realize, like, why am I doing this? I shouldn't be doing this. I should do good things.
Yeah. Some people's best efforts are foolishness. That's the point that I'm trying to say in English. Some people's best efforts are foolishness.
We've got a meme for that in the lobby. What Glovers think they look like coming in. You know, like with the samurai sword and they're all cool, you know, like, and it's really that, like, this goofy guy with a stick doing all these weird moves and thinking he's Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I just pictured a samurai warrior and then Napoleon Dynamite with a stick.
So what type of That's funny. That's kind of funny. So, Gregory, isn't this there is types of ignorance, right? Like, I mean, I was looking into this. You know, when we say ignorance as a word, it has like a branch of different types of those. Like, you could be ignorant about something. I gotta look at the terms again. It's just that if the guy is here, you were trying to say that some people are acting as, but you're saying that they're ignorant about what they're doing, but they're still doing it. What are
Yeah,
you
they're
trying to say?
behaving genuinely. They're being themselves, not self-consciously, not intentionally trying to do disruptive, obnoxious things. But they, in their mind, think that they're engaging in the best way possible. But evidently their best is just rank, carte blanche, conspicuous foolishness. So their best efforts, foolishness. Some folks. Their best efforts are foolishness, and they sometimes look like trolls. There are some people who are so bad at engaging in intellectual matters, they look like they're trolling, but they're not.
Yeah, that's their normal persona, is to be the troll.
I think it's natural for those kinds of people.
I have a good analogy. It's like when you're given an assignment in school, and you're like, everybody understands it, but this one person turns in the assignment who clearly doesn't understand what the assignment was.
You know, sometimes folks give the wrong answer that is so wrong. It's almost as though, dude, stop playing around, right? Stop trolling, say on the internet. But they're not trolling. That was their best effort. Their best effort looks like they're trolling.
So argument from pigheadedness. This is a refusal to accept a well-proven argument for one of many reasons related to stubbornness. It can also be the refusal to argue about a claim that one supports. I mean, there was also something says that there is a difference between the ignorances, vincible ignorance, and then invincible ignorance, right? Invincible ignorance cannot be dispelled by any means, and invincible ignorance that can be dispelled, avoided. Voluntary in cause or is provoked by conscious negligence. Voluntary vincible ignorance. In cause or is provoked by conscious negligence. So your negligence negligence cause you to behave this way ignorantly. Even if you have negligence about the fact of reality and you neglect that negligence, and then you just looking at cartoons and all you learn is reading about Fantasyland and ponytails and globes in your head, and then you speak about that, as reality is this. That's a vincible ignorant. It is vincible, but it's your negligence that brought you there.
Yeah, I think you gave
a
fair breakdown articulating that. So it's a voluntary, involuntary. If it's voluntary, then it's invincible ignorance, right? If it's involuntary, then it's negligence, nescience. What's the other one? Negligence, nescience. That's enough, yeah.
Willed ignorance, willed. Refusing to change one's mind or consider conflicting information based on a desire to maintain one's existing beliefs. Willed ignorance. WILLED. Willed.
One could articulate a subtle distinction between invincible ignorance and ignorance. I guess you could say it this way. Ignorance is just an instance where there is resistance, but it's not necessarily the strongest devotion to remain bigoted and staunch in this given position. But invincible ignorance is evident when even the best argument has been said thoroughly in the best possible way, and they're still not conceding. That would be a subtle distinction articulated in that way.
I posted a few things. I was reading through it the other day. It's just that there's so many personas, and many people can behave so many different ways and actually act in different behaviors that sometimes you can't even tell if people are just like that, or some are actually good actors as well.
Yeah, the only thing we can do is make an inductive inference. When evaluating, assessing, analyzing one another, we can only make an inductive inference. In the first instance, we can probably supplement our inductive inference with some sort of deductive argument, but usually it's just we sit there, we watch, we listen, and all things
no
considered after we
LARPing.
observed and listened, then we make our inference, we make our interpretation, we make our analysis, we make our conclusion. We don't have direct access to see one another's heart and mind, right?
We need a mind to be able to even consider all those things. Amazing.
That's why it's written, you shall know them by their fruits. You shall know them by an inductive inference, evaluating them by my law. I know eternally, intuitively, alceitously, and perpetually.
Yeah, right.
Just to be clear, I wasn't talking about me knowing that. I was speaking from the first person perspective of the God. Just to make that clear. Should have said that in the first place.
Yeah, left as well, not just right. He said, yeah, right, but that's also left,
You're on a roll today, Jimsy.
I was listening most of the day, but it's been difficult because jumping in and out and having.
You are very far away from that microphone.
Oh my bad.
Well,
should be better now.
Talk to y'all later. Peace to you.
Later, Gregory. Later, man. Gregory. Greg.
A little firecracker he is.
What was that, Cooper?
I said he's quite the firecracker, isn't he?
What?
I said I love you. Make love to me.
Is that how you really feel, or is that just like an act that you're putting and just saying that?
It's an act that I'm putting on them saying it.
Don't tease him.
So he just admitted he's just acting as some weirdo, because he didn't say that the first time. He said cracker jack or something. I don't know what that even means. What?
I said it a bunch of times. I just said
Before you said make love whatever. Before that, you said something else, not that. So
I said
can you say what you actually said?
firecracker. It's a common turn of phrase in the States here.
Firecracker, yeah, firecracker. So you said that Gregory, then firecracker?
Gregory is quite a little firecracker, isn't he? Is what I said, the full sentence.
Oh, you said that. And how does that make any sense? To me that sounds like nonsense. How can I relate to what you say to actually picture something like in reality? Like, what does that even mean? How can I make sense of what you said? Those words put
I guess
together.
it's more of an American idiom. I guess you just don't get it.
I'm American.
No, I don't know why you don't get it then. I'm sorry. Do you know
So
what I mean
you
when I
get it.
say what do you know what I mean when I say firecracker in this context?
You say firecracker. I'm thinking about fireworks or things that you can light up and they're gonna make sound and crack and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like a little pop, little explosive. Like he's got some pep, some zips, a little pop to it. You know, he's a firecracker. Do you understand
never
now?
heard.
Or do we have to talk about this more?
No, I never heard him doing anything similar to firecrackers. Never. I couldn't just actually connect Gregory and firecrackers unless I see him lighting them up or maybe building one, launching it or something. Then I'll be like, Gregory launches firecrackers. Yes, that makes sense to me. But what you said, nonsense.
When you refer to a child as a little firecracker, what you mean is he's a little imp full of mischief and energy.
Yeah, just like a common idiom, you know?
Yeah, I get it. We have that in multiple languages, don't we?
Yeah, there are all sorts of idioms that don't translate from one language to another, and then do translate into other languages.
That is true.
I know. I know.
And it's riveting.
Yeah.
Anybody like drugs here?
What?
Guy.
Like coffee?
Sometimes I drink coffee. Sometimes.
Oh man, what I miss?
Yeah, one of the things about coffee is if you do drink an excess of it, if you try to come off it, you will experience a type of withdrawal symptom which takes about a fortnight to get over. That's if you drink a really excess amount of it.
Some people get pain on those withdrawals. Yeah, it's painful for some people. Headache.
Hey.
I think it's been here like 9 months, is my guess.
Really? 9 months?
Yeah, something like that. Less than a year.
Why 9 months, though?
I think it's less than a year, but more than 6 months for sure.
Anybody ever break out like a telescope?
What about microscope?
Yeah, no, like, anybody?
I think I never. Yeah. I didn't try. I tried microscope though. I didn't try telescope.
Lovely. I was just gonna see if anybody else observed like shooting stars often.
When
Yeah.
I looked in the microscope, I saw like little how do I call them? Pear shapes moving. It was interesting to see. You know?
Did you say you saw little sphere shapes?
It's more like egg shapes. Or the game Snake. They can be big and they can separate as well, you know.
Why is it so quiet?
Some moment of silence for the dead globe.
It was a good globe. It did the best it could while I was around. I love you, globe. Goodbye. What's the latest, greatest news in Thorpopia?
Anyone here? Hey. I guess everybody's sleeping here.
Hello. Is anyone here?
Oh, it's me, Brendo, cousin, Borat.
Hello? Well, very loud.
Oh, there's not too many of us left, boys. Let's leave them with a memory. Tell them we fought a great battle for the flat Earth.
And that's coming from a submariner.
It is actually, in fact, something that happened on your submarine. I will 100% vouch that it happened.
Oh, you want to? Okay, hold on. You want to hear a really funny story? We had
only if it actually makes me laugh.
Okay, one time we were in port in Norfolk, and the ANAV from another submarine, I believe it was the St. Helena, was talking to pierside with the ANAV from my ship. I was stationed on the USS Boise, by the way, SSN 764.
And as an Army guy, could you please just, what's an ANAV?
Assistant navigator. So you have an officer. You have an officer. You have an officer who is the navigator for a submarine. The ANAV is the senior most enlisted member of the navigation department. He's like the enlisted
E6 or something.
No, that's always an E. That's usually an E7, sometimes an E6.
I gotcha.
And if some of these ranks sound inflated to you, I want you to realize, just for reference, submariners get advanced very quickly because nobody wants to do that job. Like, I was only in for 5 years. I was only in for 5 years. And after 5 years, I got out as an E6.
Well, okay, so that sounded inflated, but what you said before didn't. The senior most navigator enlisted E67. That doesn't sound
usually
inflated.
an E7. It's usually an E7.
I mean, that sounds. I thought it would be E6, but I'm tracking. I'm just sort of mapping back the platoons.
They were
level of management.
I was on watch, and they were talking to one another on the sub, and the ANAV from the St. Helena interrupted the conversation he was having with us to answer a phone call, and he walked away from us, and then 30 seconds later he goes, "What?" Well, come to find out, what happened was there were two guys on his submarine, and one guy, apparently unsolicited, in the middle of the night, reached through the curtains of a bunk and started touching another guy. And the other guy was filing a complaint against him over it. Like a sexual harassment complaint. Like, that's the weird kind of shit that would happen on a submarine that would get people kicked off. Shit like that would just happen all the time. And then there were like the guys. There were the guys that you had on board that you knew were gay. But when I was in the Navy, don't ask, don't tell was still the official policy. You couldn't admit that you were gay, or you would get kicked out.
It doesn't have really much to do about gay or straight at some point, right? Like, people do stuff regardless. Like hey guys do stuff for straight guys, but like stuff.
No. Objectively, reaching. Objectively, putting your hand on another. If you're a man and you put your hand on another man's junk, that's objectively gay.
Objectively,
like there's no way around.
There's no way around.
Holy Christ! Hold on.
And not FE related.
Yeah, I know it's not FE related. We've been off the rails for about 30 minutes ever since QE left. Yeah, I am really hold on
right now.
Hold on. I am really drunk at this point.
As was QE, not me. I'm
going to leave you guys alone for the rest of the night. Probably check out some Pornhub and then go to bed.
Don't run away.
I'm not running away. But if there's any flat Earth people in here, if there's any flat Earth people in here that have a flat Earth question or a glow Earth question for me while I'm super drunk, I will listen to your question.
Does that
Oblivion?
include you?
Anything?
No, I'm verifying that what you just said was a fact.
What's that?
Did a guy grab another guy's junk as a fag? Yeah.
No, that was a thing that happened. The story that I was given was guy who grabbed junk thought that guy who got his junk grabbed was coming on to him. And that was absolutely, apparently, not what was happening. So he ended up not being in the submarine force anymore.
Which guy got kicked?
The guy who did the touching was not in the sub force. You want to hear
I think
you
that's
want to
actually a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
I agree that it's a good thing, dude. As a radio man,
I'm gonna be blunt. The fact that you're reporting something that happened like 12 years ago gives me hope, because I have other stories that aren't as positive and forward focused as yours.
okay,
and
so
I'm glad.
you were in the army, right? You were in the army, right?
I have
I'm
been
going to ask you one question, and then depending on your answer, I'm going to say something to you. Okay.
All right.
Where were you stationed, and in what years?
That's a broad question. Can I just pick anything?
I'm specifically looking for
Croatia, 97.
Yep, go ahead.
Croatia, 97.
Okay. I'm just going to let you know, and this isn't just a drunk person talking. This is another service member talking. I'm just going to let you know, if you ever need to talk about anything, catch me on a different day when I haven't been drinking, and if you need to say something, I will listen to you. Okay? I had the benefit of
I appreciate that, but I would prefer to catch you on another day when you have been drinking and have no audience. Much more honest, fun discussion can be had.
Okay. Let me know. You can hit me up on Discord anytime, man. And if you want me to be drunk, I will be drunk. I'd prefer not to be, but I will be. I will never shy away from listening to somebody's less pleasant stories.
And likewise to you. And I guess obligatory thank you for your service.
Likewise. The reason I offer that, by the way, is I don't necessarily have a lot as a submariner. I don't have a lot of super negative stories. Did I actively engage in the launching of like Tomahawk missiles that hit targets and killed people? Yes, I did. But that's not hands-on. So if I ever run into a service member that has some shit that they want to talk about, feel free to talk to me about it. Okay? Just, I'd say between you and me, but we're kind of on a public Discord saying all this out loud. But hit me up in DMs if you need to talk about anything in the future.
I am actually going to send you a DM right this second. And I don't want you to announce it or anything. I just feel compelled to send it. Here it comes.
Hold on. I was about to see myself out of the room anyway. I am really drunk. It is 3:00 in the morning, damn near where I am. So for anybody else besides Rolling My Boulder who's in the server who's still listening to me, have a good night. I will catch you guys tomorrow night.
Good night, puss.
Paraplegic, you still there?
I am, brother.
Can you press play on the bot, please? I think everyone's in for some quiet time, so they can just have a listen to something in the background.
How do I do that? I put it in the chat. Can you give me the exact thing I have to do? Because I'm kind of retarded. In the chat, I put.
You've got bot controls. So if you go up two channels, I think it is, where you've got music bot music bot commands.
Well, we could change the subject.
No, I don't think I have that. Somebody told me that I could start it from the. I'm sorry. Oh wait, browse channels. No, I don't have. I don't think I have that, dude. I just got live stream voice text. If there's something else I can do? Somebody taught me how to do that once.
Oh, good. Don't lose any
Red
sleep.
pill websites, lobby means VC check-in, cogdiff, usual suspects. Oh, okay, I got it. Firstmusicbot.com. You want me to hit something in there?
Shit, we're gonna play music. We could change the subject.
Well, I was just about to bail out, and normally when it goes quiet, everyone sort of dumps out really quick. And it's always nice to find someone who's got bot controls to press play.
And I'm too retarded, so Flatsy's in here. Maybe you could tell her to do it when she leaves. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe Flatsy's listening. You hear Flatsy? Because I've only done it like once, like 6 months ago. I'm too retarded.
That's all right, guys. Anyways, I've been on for a fair while. You all have a good one, and I'll catch us around.
Stay safe, Magic.
Don't forget, QE's doing ball busters in about 14 hours or 12 hours or something like that. But anyways, catch us,
All
guys.
right, I gotta set up. What time is that?
Oh, I can't remember. 6 o'clock in the morning
find
for me.
What time, Flatsy?
If you guys post it in the live stream voice text, I can play it on the bot.
Flatsy, what time is QE's thing tomorrow?
2 p.m. Central.
All right, so that's either 1 for AZ time. Kat, what is Central for our time? We don't change. I know that, baby, but I think we're 2 hours behind East Coast.
All right, I'm gonna head out. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
My ties have got paisley patterns on them. That was the last time I wore a tie.
Oh, we want to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go, Crosso, Cracko, Crosso, right? I ain't got anything better to do than pull people into a show when I'm running a show. So just keep messaging me, during the show. I ain't got nothing else to do, right? I'm totally bored. Did you catch the facetiousness in the town? Let's unmute him.
No.
Go ahead, Crosso, Cracko, Cross.
I would reply, but
Yeah, just go on mute. Go on mute. I'm gonna have to put you. There you go. All right, what else we got? Let me get organized here, and then we'll be off and running. So that'll be another 30 minutes. Take the con for 30 minutes, Betty.
30 minutes again?
It wasn't 30 minutes the first time.
Yes, it was.
It was not.
You said that I had to do 30 minutes. Yes.
We ain't been recording. We only been recording for 14.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I didn't want to take 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know you didn't want to.
Adam took over, and now you're up.
I've got another minute, Betty, in me. And it is to be critical of you.
Oh, go on.
Normally, I thought you might let me. Normally, I love your thumbs. I've got to take offence at calling Jessica Rabbit a Horizon.
Well, it's a good-looking Horizon, isn't it? I mean, everybody recognize that.
She's never been employed in the Horizon business. She's married to Roger, and he's very faithful.
Well, I kind of like her too, but yeah, she was kind of appalled to be called a Horizon.
Yeah, nice stick save.
Right.
I thought it was appropriate. I thought Betty made a good taste decision on it. I think it tells the story. We're going to see here in a couple minutes why she did that. Now, I went over it last week, but we'll go over it again. Make sure everyone gets the visual. If you know what I mean.
Already got that visual. Yeah, I think that she speaks to a lot of men, right? Men want to have those curves. Not the curve of the earth.
No, they're the curves you like, aren't they?
Yes.
Mae West, is it?
Yes.
Hourglass figure.
So, for a surprise today now, we put Bob the dodo bird on here because of his, we were searching for his horizon, the H-O-R. That's why we put it on here, but that's not the main gist. I mean, we're going to talk about Bob a little bit because he's a numpty forever. Put it to you this way, Dunning-Kruger is over in the corner laughing. That's how bad this is. Now, we're going to touch on Bob. We're going to do a little bit of Larry Scott, the fantasy geodesist. We're going to take a look at his diagram. It's similar to Bob's diagram. Take a look at a couple Bob's diagrams, and we're going to compare it to an expert in the field of celestial navigation. Betty, your mic's backfiring.
All right.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. The main point of this is to discuss what the expert, ex-naval officer, former naval officer, has to say. We're going to go through his presentation here in a couple minutes. Now, I'm going to arbitrarily stop this thing, his video, because I don't feel like getting copyright striked. So just be patient with me. When I stop the video, some will be pertinent stops. The others, I'll just stop it just to stop it. Right? Because I have a feeling after I'm done with this squid, he's going to try to copyright strike me. But we're going to listen to his presentation, and we're going to see how that lines up with more or less of what 10th has been presenting for the past, let's say, I don't know, 10th, has it been 6 to 8 weeks now? Somewhere around there, or am I highballing?
It's been a little longer than that.
Yeah. So what has happened here is 10th has took the ball about 18 to 20 months ago and ran with this sextant and gnawed off the meat, or all the meat off the bone. So he came out here prepared and then just took the ball-tards down quick, because celestial navigation using the sextant, it's over, ladies and gentlemen. If the Black Swan, it was over with the Black Swan. However, right now, it is so concise and to the point that there is no way out. And we're going to show you some of that today. Now, we're going to take some liberties with our guests. Because it as it turns out, it seems that a percentage of the ball-tards are suddenly sextant experts all of a sudden. I mean, I didn't hear about the sextant for 5.5 years. But now all of a sudden, all the ball-tards are experts. Well, we're going to see how much of an expert they are. Huh? How about that? What do you think about that out there in YouTube land?
Well, I've been sort of in one of the comments back in the day. They tried to get me on that sextant thing, and I looked into it then, and I thought, well, if the Earth is flat, because we don't presuppose a globe, right? So I automatically knew that there had to be a reason why that worked on a flat Earth, and I never ever thought otherwise. So back in the day, I looked into this, and I thought, okay, it is what it is, right? And you're going to explain, you go over it, I think, today. And it is triangulation, right? To see where your position is and where you want to go.
Well, it's triangulation today. Last Saturday on Ballbusters, Bob, the pseudoscience Herman Munster flathead fallacy conundrum guy, said, what triangulation? But I don't think you know this, Betty. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy Herman Munster flathead conundrum guy, showed up on Nathan's show this morning.
I listened in a little bit, and I heard Nathan go off on this guy.
So I guess this morning that it was triangulation. I missed that part because I got in there late. I slept in again. Sorry about that.
Well, I was on the after show thing.
Right.
So I think it still needs to be premiered. So
right.
People have to see if they can catch that on Nathan Oakley 1980, right?
Yeah, he's going to get about 25 shows out of that one.
Well, it was kind of a lot of repetition with Bob not answering questions.
Yeah, we're going to go into some about that, but I don't know. 10th, let's get 10th's take on this. All of a sudden, we've got sextant experts.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have to go to the books I've read and the videos I've watched from their own side. There's no flat Earth sextant books out there, so all we have is the paradox of the globe view. So within the reading and research, I found that they have to describe the tool for what it does, but then when they put their Muppet Vision two-dimensional circle with all the multiple horizons, it doesn't match, because all it is an angle measuring device.
Yeah, that's what it does. It measures angles. For what purpose, may I ask?
To have determination where you are in relationship to the GP of the star you're shooting. So to triangulate where you are in relationship to either the air almanac or the nautical almanac, precisely where the GP of that star or sun that you are shooting in the sky.
Amazing triangulation then, huh? That's the purpose. Well, all of a sudden, Bob's caught on to this idea, and he said triangulation this morning. Of course, he was all screwed up and everything else he did, but we're going to get to that.
With one circle of equal altitude, you know you're somewhere on the circle, and you have the zenith distance, and that's a right angle That's why they have the 90-degree box. Now, when you do your second sighting of a second star, or you can do the same one if you wait a few hours, then you have two crossings when you do the math to get it back to the same time, if it's the same star. Normally, they shoot 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 stars within minutes of each other, and hopefully 3 of them line up in the event of clouds and so forth, because you're at the sea. You're not sure which one's going to work for you. And then they're able to triangulate because they get a fix. And that's how they triangulate, is with 2 or more. One is just putting you on the circle, but you don't know where on the circle, because everywhere from that circle is the same distance to the GP.
Right. I wanted to ask you specifically about that because I'm not a squid, but I've listened to, I haven't done heavily, like really deep research into the sextant. I haven't done it, but I did come across the fix term, and and we're going to hear it with the expert too. And I don't understand why they call a fix with 2 points with a triangulation, because it's not a fix. Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, when you have 2 circles, as you'll see in the imagery, from 2 stars, and the GP, of course, is in the middle of each of those circles, and you, the observer, triangulating from those 2 stars, when those 2 circles cross, you're either at one of those crossings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, because there's 2 crossings, not just one.
Correct. But because you've been keeping a logbook and dead reckoning, and you know where you are, sometimes these GPs, the radius of that GP to you is 3,000 or 5,000 miles. So obviously, if part of the crossing is over land and the other crossing is on the ocean, and you know you're on the ocean, and you know where you are.
Wait a second, you threw in a couple curveballs there. Wait, the one is the land. That's pretty funny. Yeah, duh. I'm saying, well, you're just over ocean. And you threw in, well, you're keeping a logbook and you're keeping the time and everything. That's extra stuff. I was just looking at just the 2 circles, but we'll get into that. Don't worry. I'm going to stop the video at that point, because he does point out a fix, and he's like the 3rd or 4th person that I've seen. When I think fix, not as a squid, I think it's fixed. I mean, that's where you're at. So maybe it's just with the verbiage.
Yeah, I think that's all it is. It's your location based on you triangulating with 2 or more. That's basically it.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. And I've seen that definition with 2 or more. So yeah. All right. Listen, are you in to see these photos? Because I'm not going to share. I'm getting a little warm in here.
I've got YouTube on my phone.
Outstanding. That's what I was waiting for. So should we embark on our journey?
We can howl. You can bark.
Let's see what we got here. There's a lot of ins and outs and what have yous here, so I got to do some stepping and fetching, but let's try this one. We're going to start off here. So the Baltard experts, this is the first expert, Larry Scott, the fantasy geodesist. I ran across this. I can't remember where I ran across it. It was just a diagram. No discussion beneath it. Just a diagram, and this was it right here. I got some big problems with this. First problem. Let's check this out. I'm going to get high speed on you now. I'm going to start to draw. Look out. Now, I want everyone to notice that this is where he's at, right? This is his little boat. Little piss pan boat. My question is, what is this for? This thing right here? This vertical right here? What's that for? You're going to see here in a few minutes that is non sequitur to the discussion. There is no meaning to the vertical above your head. None. Zero. The next problem is this little fiasco right here. Horizontal. Really? Horizontal. Is there some type of embedded reticle overlay in the sextant that shoots out off into nowhere space land out here? But we're going to take a look at what you see inside the sextant. Where do you get this from? Is this just from your imagination? And what's this line? If this is horizontal, so this is the horizon down here? Really? I thought the horizon was horizontal. So I don't know what the heck you're doing here with this 90. Did he put a 90 over? Oh, again, right angle. So basically he's saying there's a 90 right here. That's what he's saying, right? And he's shooting to the angle to the star. Yeah. I don't know where he's getting this from. They're just making this stuff up. Well, we're going to check and see if we got that horizontal in the viewfinder here in a couple minutes. All right. So that's for with Larry Scott. Oops. Hey, why'd you do that? See, I told you we're going to have some ins and outs and what have yous. Just be patient.
Are we covering that vertical then?
I was just covering that vertical. Do you want to go back to the vertical?
No, as long as it's going to be covered.
It's going to be covered. We're going to look at another vertical here right now. How about that vertical? Of course, there's a lag, so. Yep, you got it. It's our favorite guy. Okay. So, as per our discussion this morning, somebody put up a diagram and asked Bob, why is there a line right here coming from the center of the Earth, going up through Stick Bob's ass up into Neverland? What's up with this? But you're going to need R for that, number one. And why are you taking a line up through Stick Bob's ass? What's this for? We still don't know, because you're doing the same thing Larry Scott just did, right? I don't know why, but I'm searching for a reason why. Let's talk about this one. Get a closer look on this. So here we go again. We have the radius. You're going to need R for this, by the way, because you're taking it from the fairy tale center of the Earth up through Stick Bob's ass, and there's the 90. He gives you the 90 right there, right? What is this for, Bob? What is this for? Because I've never seen that before in my life when doing sextant navigation. Never. So I don't know why you got this going up here. We're going to check this out here in a sec. We're going to look at the subject matter expert. Take a look at the subject matter expert and see what's going on here. Because I think you're off the reservation. You see what I mean? So let's go back. We got the 90 coming up through Stick Bob's ass, right? From you. Here we go with another 90 again. Then we're going to go back. Here's Larry Scott. Remember the vertical? This is basically Stick Bob's ass, right? But we have the subject matter expert here, former naval officer that did this for a living. Here's where he's taking the measurement from. Where is the line, the vertical line going up through Stick Bob's ass? Huh. Doesn't seem to be here. Where's the vertical at and the 90 degrees? It's over here, beneath the vertex of the star you're shooting. It's the GP. You see the corner pocket? That's the corner pocket of the ball-tarred coffin. That's the corner pocket right there. See, and you guys got the 90 over Stick Bob's head. We're right over here. Why is that?
All those guys, John, are on that circle taking measurements, and none of them, while they're taking the measurements, have put a stick up their ass. So genuinely, that's why I come to that vertical. Why is Bob doing that? Why is Stickman Bob doing that? I don't understand the purpose. Because look, there's how the sextant works in the sun picture. Yet Bob's drawing a completely irrelevant line through, like as you eloquently put, straight up through his ass, And it starts at the center of a presupposed ball. It's got nothing to do with the use of a sextant, that.
Exactly. And I took this screenshot from our expert. We're going to listen to him go over this. He's going to show you how to do it. So I don't know where you guys are getting this from. Are you making shit up again? And see if it'll fly.
They always do this. I mean, they presuppose the Earth is round, and then they have to do something with it.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what they do, Betty. They just make shit up.
Yeah, and he heard 90 degrees, so he had to incorporate that somewhere in his theory, and that's why he placed himself at that 90 position angle thing.
Yeah.
If you know that already, you're already underneath a star or something, right? That it's right on top of you.
Well,
I suppose.
Well, let's say we
pointing at the star, right?
Well, let's say
that line.
Let's say we do that. Let's say we draw a line up through Stick Bob's ass to 90, get another 90. So we got two 90s. What are we drawing here? Rectangle? Square?
Squid.
Oh, we're drawing a squid. I got it now. That's what it is. Yikes. Yikes. Get back here, girl.
Sorry. Sextant.
Not you. Yeah. Eddie's. Carry on. So, this is where we're back. Oh, goodness. Remember this, folks? Because that's where this came from. The connection. Let me circle it for you just in case you missed it. So, draw. Let's make it a little thinner, too. Hey. So, what is this? See, this is Bob's horizon. I guess he didn't want to write it out because it was too long of a word or something. But I'm pretty confused. So, number one, the first confusion lies there isn't a line going up through Stick Bob here. Why is that? Maybe it happened later. It could have. So you got Stick Bob on a building. What is he trying to triangulate his position on top of a building that he knows the address of? That would make a lot of sense. But I digress. Okay, so you got...
basically lost where they were at, right?
Oh, they're lost in place?
They're already, even though they know where they are, they're still lost.
Yep, lost in place. But what I want to point out here, because we already pointed, and we'll get back to the horizontal up Stick Bob's ass here in a few minutes. But I wanted to know what the whore is. Because you got him looking through a sextant out into infinity out here, right? He's looking out here to what? What, just an empty space? And like I said, is there a reticle embed inside the sextant that shows the whore? This one?
And what is that other line that is pointing down to that curve?
Yeah, I was going to get to that one because we talked about that last week. So Bob, according to Bob, for us to look at, see, this is the actual horizon where the sky or sea or the ground or sea meets the sky. See, who in the world looks down towards their feet to look at a horizon right here? Who does that? Anyone?
Even more below my feet, right? If I'm seeing this correctly.
Yeah.
I'm looking in an abyss, basically.
Bob, what's this? Where's your whore? Is it here?
No.
Right there? Because we want to know where that one is. I don't know where that one is.
The question for a baller is, how do you get a whore at sea? I know that's why a lot of seamen have to wait till they dock, but
did you really say that, Adam?
Well, in a baller's world, to get a whore at sea, you're going to be looking out to the point where the land meets the sky.
You got to settle for a mermaid.
Which on a flat plane, you can take your horizon and know that it's going to give you a level, which will enable you to then form your 90 with the GP of the star taking an angle to. But if you live in a ball world, and if you're going to use a horizon to get your whore, then in a ball world, it's not going to be straight. So the point of intersection with any GPA won't be at the ground position. It will be lower based on that ball, but it therefore won't have any inference because you're no longer able to generate the right angle on the correct side of the diagram of geometry that you place in. And it must be the right angle needs to be formed underneath the star, not underneath the observer with a stick up his ass.
10th, I'm going to get your take on this here in a second. I'd like to point something else out. You see this dip angle right here? How high is this? Is the whore? How high is the whore? You think this is 1.5 degrees? Are you high? Look at this.
The only way you can get whores to work.
Jeez, oh man, dude. Just making shit up.
Throwing the puns, and it's after 8, so I don't care.
Okay, let's get 10th. 10th. Where is this whole? Where is he getting this from? Do you know?
Well, the dip angle correction tables in the almanacs are in minutes, not degrees.
Good point. Thank you very much. I know I want to ask you this, and just I know it might be a bad word, but where does he get his whore from?
Well, I think he had a problem because he didn't know how to spell artificial.
Ah, nice. Yeah. This is preposterous, folks. This is nonsensical, batshit, insane buffoonery. Dunning-Kruger is blushing.
You can't leave that. That's unpunnable. What? So we've admitted Bob uses whores, but actually he's come on today and said he doesn't. The whores he uses are artificial. Blow up whores.
But wait a minute. I thought that we had many horizons. So how if we in the wall-tied world, if we have many horizons, I remember with Black Swan, right? How can that happen then?
Well, the sextant manual says to aim it at one horizon.
That one what? Which is the one real one then?
The one where the sky seems to meet the sea or land. So it's pretty obvious that if you're 16 feet above the sea and the dip correction is your eye height has to be adjusted to sea level, then the adjustment is only 16 feet. You go into the tables, it tells you, you put exactly if you're 20 feet, 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet. I think it's a gauge. And then they give you the minutes that you use for, how to fix that calculation. But it's obvious that the sextant has a mirror on it that's stationary to the tools called a horizon mirror. And you bring the sun or luminary to the horizon and you toggle it back and forth so you can find where the most vertical position of it is as it's barely touching a point on the horizon so that you have a correct reading at that time.
Yeah, but according to him,
the sextant.
Go ahead, 10th, finish up. Good.
Yeah, so this is the key. When I started researching it, I just want to know what the sextant does and what it can't do. And what it can't do is get a reading off a curved surface. It cannot work on a curved surface. It needs a flat surface. In fact, you have to make sure that the index arm is at 0 before you even use it. Then you got to make sure that your mirrors are adjusted properly, perpendicular to one another, and you turn the sextant sideways. There's videos on this.
Yep.
Then you have to do dip correction, which is your eye height to the sea height. So if you're 16 feet above the ocean, you got to make that correction. So all of these corrections, plus in minutes, because it isn't much, real refraction, and there is no refraction at the zenith position of the GP of the star. Okay.
Exactly.
And that's why they say don't take sextant readings 15 and some even people 20 degrees above the horizon. Take it higher from that. Don't go any lower because you can have more homework to do. So it's pretty obvious that this tool has to work on a level surface because of all the corrections and adjustments you have to do to it.
Yep, we're going to get to that. I do want to bring up, because you brought up a good point that happened this morning. He brought up terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction. You're not going to find terrestrial refraction in HO 229, the Naval Almanac. They don't deal with that. They deal with celestial, astronomical refraction, you numpty dipshits. So that was a good one. Bob, well, I'm sure Nathan's going to cover that in many shows with you from here for the next month. I wanted to touch on that because it's frigging hilarious. So back to the whore. This has to be a reticle embed or an overlay, because he's looking through the sextant and he's looking out at the whore, right? So my question to you is, that's the actual view through one of the sextants. Where's the whore reticle?
No, this is Muppet vision at its worst. When you sight the sextant, you're not sighting it the way that what your cursor is showing there. You're sighting it where the sky meets the sea.
Right. Well,
and that curve is not there. That curve in that picture is not there when you're doing it.
Yeah, I understand it. I brought this down. See, this was a still. He was bringing the sun down to the horizon. Now he's looking through the sextant. I want to know where the reticle embed for the whore is. Here's another one.
This is the Practical Navigator. He's got a good series of videos on this. I recognize the emblem on the sextant, that red thing.
Yep. Here's another one. Where's the whore reticle? Funny, we don't see it in here. All I see is a horizon, and this gentleman, the split level mirror, bringing the sun down to the horizon. No whore here in the reticle. So where'd you get your whore, Bob? This one. This is preposterous, ludicrous absurdity, folks. They're just making shit up.
Can I shout out to Super Chats in the meantime?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. It's from Unitox Femu Sasha, and he says, in the first couple of minutes that we talked about this, he said, when I grow up, I want to be Bob, with capital letters. And then he says in the next one, people choose going fishing with Bob or 10th Man.
Oh, I'm not done. Listen, like Jaron said, you see, Bob, you run. And you run fast the other direction. He knows it. All right. So, having said all that, is that all, Betty?
Yep, that's it.
Having said all that, this is going to be very enlightening coming up here. How are we going to do this? I know what happened. I got you. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to now listen to John Zimmerman, a former naval officer, give a block of instruction on celestial navigation. So he did this for a living with a $1 billion warship. Now, there's a caveat at the end, and we'll wait till the end for that. That'll just between me and Mr. John Zimmerman, just between officers. But I digress. So let's establish who this gentleman is. Everyone go on mute, please. Thank you very much, and let's embark on our journey.
When I was in the Navy, and I don't know if you know this or not, but in a former life, I was a U.S. Navy officer. I was a surface warfare officer, and on one of my tours, I used to navigate a $1 billion warship. That was my responsibility. So I had a bunch of people, a bunch of equipment, and I took this stuff, very seriously because I had to.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. We're going to have problems with the name John here later, but like I said, I digress. So we already established the credibility of John Zimmerman. I mean, he used the sextant and navigation skills, actual in real life in the United States Navy. So I don't know how much more credible you can get. Now, he's going to give a block of instruction on this. Let's take a listen. Like I said, going to arbitrarily step in a few times here because I just get the feeling I'm going to get struck. So be patient. We'll see how it goes.
Here I am. I'm out in the middle of the ocean. I see star A. Okay, I know it's star A, and it's 6 p.m. Now, from my location, okay, I see star A, let's say, at 50 degrees above the horizon. Now, how would I get that measurement?
Well, John, you'd probably get it from a sextant. This is one of those arbitrary step-ins. He's going to tell you about that he gets it from the sextant, but I had to step in. You know the reason why. All right. So let's let John continue.
Okay. So the way I would get that measurement is using a nautical instrument. You've probably seen it. I'm going to try to sketch it real quick. It's called a sextant. Okay, it looks like this. You've probably seen mariners using it. And what they do, they pick this thing up, they look through it, and then they kind of swing something back and forth, and it's able to tell them the angle of an object above the horizon. And really do have to be very specific with these measurements. Okay. So anyways, I take my sextant out. I know it's 6 p.m. and I look at star A, and I'm seeing it 50 degrees above the horizon at 6 p.m.
So 50 degrees above the horizon, not the whore, the horizon, which is out here. Remember when he said in the beginning of this video, oh, and by the way, I have this video, the link to the entire video in the description box below with his name and title. Okay. Let's continue.
On this particular day. All right. So what does this mean? Okay, if I have those two pieces of information, I'm on my way to finding my position at sea. Well, there is a book that navigators use. Okay, and oh boy, if I'm not mistaken, I think the book is called like HO 229. It's kind of a weird name for a book.
So HO 229, don't let it confuse you. It is a naval almanac. All right. So HO 229, it's a reference book. It's a naval almanac.
It's been a long time, but anyways, it's essentially a reference of all these stars that we look at, these primary stars that we use for navigation. And I go to this book and I'm saying, okay, it's 6 p.m. and I'm looking at star A. And the book will tell me, well, star A should be located at this position, okay, at 6 p.m. Okay, at 6 p.m., you should be seeing star A.
Uh-oh, we're getting a line dropping straight down from the star. Look, this looks like 90 degrees. It's straight down from the star, isn't it? Why isn't it over here? Why isn't that vertical over here? The only vertical I see is coming down to the GP. So what he's trying to say is, if this star would fall straight down from the sky or release streamers, then this star's geographic position, that if somebody was standing right here, it would be 90 degrees above their head if somebody was standing right here. But of course, no one's standing there. They're back here. Everyone following me up to this point.
Directly over your head, 90 degrees, right? So if I'm standing out here in the middle of the ocean.
What's that? Somebody's got a hot mic. Is that you, Neil? Go on, move.
I said I follow.
All right, you follow. That's good. I'm glad. Is everyone following? Thanks. So, we got a 90 degree here. Why is that here? According to the ball-tart balls, bozos over here, it should be over here, right? Why is he putting 90 degrees over here? Must be out of his mind, right? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a naval officer in charge of a billion-dollar warship.
This position, okay, not where I'm at. Okay, at this particular position, I would see star A directly above my head at 90 degrees. Okay, so if let's suppose if star A just fell straight down onto the Earth, it would be at this position at 6 p.m. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to you, right? So if I'm right here and I'm looking at star A, I would be looking straight up, right above my head, up in the sky. But obviously, at 6 p.m., I'm looking at star A and I see it at 50 degrees in the sky, not 90 degrees, not above my head. So with those two pieces of information, okay, I can use some trigonometry. Okay, this is going to be a right angle.
Uh-oh. Turn out the lights. Party's over. You're finished, Baltards. This is the corner pocket of the Baltard coffin. Why is he putting this 90 degrees over here? Where are these 90s and these right angles over here? Shouldn't they be over here? Going up through Stick Bob's ass? Why is he over here? Could it be that Stick Bob is full of shit? And the rest of the Baltards are full of shit? Could it be? I wonder.
I have a degree here. I have a location here. And I'm not going to get into the math because that's not the purpose of this video. But essentially, what you're able to do, what the book is able to do, is to say, listen, if you're seeing star A at 50 degrees, okay, and not at 90 degrees, well, the only way you can do that is that you have to be a certain distance away from its location at 6 p.m. Okay, and it's basically going to build us a little circle here. So let's just make a number up. Let's say in order to see star A at 50 degrees, okay, at 6 p.m. at night, you have to be 900 miles away to be able to see that observation. Okay.
What, really? Why would you have to make a number up? That's my question. So some comments, just brief comments. Does he have to make a number up here, or can you get a distance here with just the information you have? Anyone?
Yeah, he can get a distance. If it's 50 degrees and you take it from 90, it's 40. So 40 times 60 nautical miles would be 2,400 miles.
I must have did it. Yeah, I got 2760. I could have did. I just jotted it. Go ahead.
That I'm doing nautical miles, not.
Oh yeah. See, that's the damn yeah. Ugh. Yeah, forgot to convert them over. But yeah, you could do that. I just wanted to stop right here. It's arbitrary, I know. Don't worry. He said, let's just put 900 miles here. You get the concept in what he's trying to tell you.
Well, you bring up a good point. Because he just was trying to hurry up the video. So he just said, let's just make a number. But all he had to do was minus 50 from 90. That's 40. 40 times 60 is 2,400 miles.
Yeah, I went 69 miles. You used nautical miles, you friggin' squid.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the key. The ancients derived their units, their miles, nautically with the stars.
Right.
Minutes and seconds and arc seconds all match up. It's another part of the hiding of the beauty of the reality and the clock above us and how it's there for signs and seasons to convert the land mile to 1.115.
Yep.
Nautical miles. That perverts things and makes them less obvious.
So here is, if this single slide right here, and I know Tenth will agree with me, it is over for the Baltard spinning space monkey religion. It's dead. Because you know what all I need to do now? All I need is a map, right? And I come up here with my triangle, right? And what I do is I start to spin it on the base of the vertex. I spin, so this spins around, and I get a 900-mile circle. That's all I need to do. And then guess what I'm going to do next? I'm going to shoot another star. And then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the same thing I did here, and I'm going to take that vertex, and I'm going to spin that thing around according to the distance. And then I'm going to take a third star, and I'm going to do the same damn thing from this right angle triangle. A right triangle. I'm going to spin this thing like a top for a third time. And guess what happens where three lines intersect? Guess what that is? The end of the Baltard spinning space monkey religion. That's what it is.
A lot of flat area.
Yep. We'll get into that. I'll let him go. But this right here, I feel, is the most important part of this. He's going to get into something else here, and that's fine. But if you get this, you got the concept. Any other comments before I move on?
Yeah, just one, because of the lag in the stream. That was the bit I cut back in when you were asking. But
okay,
this is the with the diagram on screen where the 90 degrees is. As I said earlier, the 90 degrees is formed by the GP of the star, okay, and the flat plane. That's what forms the 90 degrees, not hitting a curved surface. And what the ballers are trying to flim-flam and confuse you with, because use of a sextant requires the formation of a 90 degree, they're trying to confuse you that the 90 degrees is formed by a tangent on the Earth's surface and a stick up your arse. Where in that diagram, as explained by a proper navigator, is a stick up your arse relevant? And even if you had a stick up your arse, the 90 degrees needs to be at the other end of that line, not where your backside is.
Precisely, Adam.
Trigonometry.
That's why I stressed that point in the beginning. Yes.
It's what the ballers are doing now. What they're bringing to us is that confusion, and they flower it with calculation and diagrams on the board. But that's the premise of what they're trying to get you to accept and move forwards, which the mathematics will then confirm. I've got no problem with that, but it's the premise that you're matching that 90, as stated, and it's not the same 90 that they're drawing on the board that the navigators in real life form. The wrong end.
Yep. Okay, let's continue. Not too much longer.
Okay. Well, I could be 900 miles here, or I could be 900 miles anywhere along a big circle, right? I could see that same observation over here. Okay, I could be over here at 6 p.m. and still see that at 50 degrees. So that's not really helping me either, because I could be here, I could be here, I could be here, I could be here. All these positions are 900 miles away from star A's location. And I can see the star at 50 degrees at all these various positions.
That's funny. This drawing right here, this looks a lot like what 10th has been teaching for the past couple months. Shockingly. I don't know what to say. It's almost a direct mirror. Ballers. What's going on here? I don't know. Let's continue.
So how could I help myself out here? I mean, it's better than nothing. I mean, at least I know generally that I'm along this circle, if you will, at 6 p.m. And by the way, the technical word for this is what they call an LOP, line of position.
That technical name, line of position, is referred to as the circle of equal altitude or the circle of position. By the way, John.
So, well, you're looking at it as a circle, but technically we call it LOP, a line of position.
Now, technically, it's that you're looking at a circle because it's a circle of position or the circle of equal altitude. That's why it is. John.
So I'm along this, somewhere along this circle, okay? And of course the circle just continues out. So it's a start. So how can I help, really get an accurate idea of where I'm at? Well, I look in the sky and I look for something else. Okay, I come over here and I see, lo and behold, I see star B twinkling over here. And I'm like, oh, star B. Let me go ahead and take a look at you. At the same time, well, actually, let's say it's 6:01 or 6:02 p.m. And I do the same thing with star B, and I go through the whole rigmarole just as I did here. I measure its angle, I look in the book and everything else, and the book tells me, hey, the only way you could be seeing star B at this particular angle is you would have to be along, let's say, this line.
All right, this is an arbitrary stop because it was getting a little too much long in the tooth there, so I had to stop it. But you see what he's doing? He's going to do the same thing he did with star A. He's going to do it with star B. And then he's going to do it with star C. Let's continue.
Okay, this line of position. So now I have two lines of position, all right? I can be seeing star B, say somewhere along this circle at 6:02. So you can see where the two lines or the two circles are crossing seems to be the obvious place where I'm going to be at, right? And that is called a fix in navigation terms, F-I-X, a fix.
So I wanted to stop right there because Tenth and I had talked about this previously. I think this is just a Navy, squid thing. Because when I hear the term fix colloquially, I think that it's fixed. That's where you're at, period, end of story. But obviously, if he would have chose a better picture here, this side of the circle is going around this way, right? This circle is going to meet that circle again. Now, not like 10th said on land and stuff. If you're out in the middle of the ocean, you got two intersections where these two lines will be. To me, that's not a fix. But I'm just thinking it colloquially. Technically, it is a fix. It should be the other way around, in my humble opinion.
I get 10th when he says that the other point could be on land, right? If you're,
it could be.
Yeah, because if you have land on that side of the of your boat or whatever,
yeah,
then it's obvious that that's not the place where you're at.
Well, yeah, no kidding. Okay, well, let's just go with the scenario that there is no land.
Sure.
No. You, 10th, do you want this, or I can address it with maths?
You go first. I'll follow up.
Okay.
So, if you look at those two, we've got a 900-mile radius of the first circle, and say on the other one, it's a bit further away. So that's going to be, let's call it 1,500 miles, the radius of circle B. Now, he's going to plot that onto a map, and where the points he's going to plot it at, the 2 points of intersection of those two circles. Now, as 10th said, there's the reality that in a lot of cases, the other point of intersection, not on the water where you are close to where you were last time you took your reading, yeah, the other point of intersection is going to be on land. And if it's not on land, then it's going to be 2 radiuses away, okay, from even the shortest circle. It's going to be roughly on the opposite side, yeah. So unless you've been blown off by 1,500 to 2,000 miles of cover, you don't need to consider the other point of intersection.
I got you. Listen, I'm just saying with everything even that you're a numpty dipshit. You don't have a logbook. You're just out at sea, right? Everything else, there's no land. There's just sea, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So this, yeah. So no land. So then the other point of consideration when you've got the 2 points is, since my last reading, is there any possibility I could have been blown off course by 1,500 miles?
Okay, I got you.
If you don't, then you can take that from a logical inference,
sure,
as a fix.
Sure, got it. Yep. 10th, anything? 10th more or less said the same thing earlier, but go ahead, 10th.
Yeah, I'm sending you some slides to your Skype.
Nah, don't do that. I'm not pulling Skype up.
All right, anyway, I just sent some, but basically, when you are shooting a star, you're getting the GP of that star, and you can see the right angle.
Right.
And then the degrees is what's telling you what the distance is, because of the nautical mile to 1 degree. So the charts are too. You can't draw a big enough circle on the charts.
Right.
The ship. So what they do is they take an azimuth reading of the bearing to that GP.
Right.
And they bring it down to a smaller scale so that circular portion looks like a straight line.
Gotcha.
Not a straight line.
Yeah.
It's a circle of position. Line of position is where you draw your tangent, and that's perpendicular to the GP.
Right.
That's your right angle. I posted a slide today on Nathan's channel of a chart plotter, and it says the same thing.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, you know what? I saved that, by the way.
You can show that.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull. Well, hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can pull it up.
If we've got with that straight line on, John, just to refer it back again to the ball of subterfuge. I think this was one of the things that was brought 10th in the debates. One of the guys started to try and equivalate the circle of equal altitude. When you actually put that onto a map, okay, even on a flat map, that's a big circle, isn't it? Generated by the star you're measuring the angle to, and the GP defines its radius. But you said there, look, the radius on that last one was 900 miles. Now, if you plot that on a local map, then in reality, it's going to be virtually straight. What you're not going to waste your time at sea navigating to do is to try and approximate the rate of curve based on your distance of that circle. So for all practical purposes, you'll draw a straight line at the point where you think you're intersecting and draw it there based on the circle of equal altitude and the GP. Yeah? But reality is, yeah, it is a little bit bent in reality to the map. Nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, but to do with the circle of equal altitude as designated by the star's altitude. Make sense?
Yep. Hey, 10th, I do have Mark's plotting chart on here right now if you want to speak. Did you want to speak to this?
Okay, I was trying to send you something and it had me locked on mute. Yeah, just read the bottom part because I don't see it, but just read the very bottom part.
Yeah. Oh, the note?
Yes.
Yeah, the note said lines of position. I'm reading right down here, folks. It's probably hard for you guys to see, but take my word for it. Note, lines of position or the Sumner lines are always at right angles to the bearing or azimuth of the celestial body. Say goodnight. It's over.
It is good night.
Yep. It's over. It's all over. So let's get back to the video. Yeah, thanks for that. As soon as I seen that this morning, 10th, I saved it. So I realized the importance of it.
Can I shout out some super chats before you do?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. We got one from James Mays, and he says, "Great thumbs up show." John, cheers. Hello to Betty and the panel.
Hey, good to see you out there again, James. Welcome back to the party, man. Thanks, man. Go ahead.
We got another James Richard, and he says, "Bob and Globies are confused and willingly dumped down. No confusion here, though. Earth is flat and motionless."
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me make I got to make a little adjustment. Sorry about that. Is that it, Betty? That it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and finish this up. Hopefully I won't get copyright strike. And remember, I got a sweet caveat for you at the end here with the lecture here. Former naval officer John Zimmerman.
And that's your position based upon your navigation efforts. So that's the basics of celestial navigation. And let me just actually throw something else in. If I wanted to make my fixed location more accurate, what could I do? Well, if here I use two stars, maybe I want to look at another star, star C.
Hey.
The lecture here.
Hey.
Former naval officer John Zimmerman.
Hey, who's talking? Who was talking in there?
I think it was me having my watch page up.
Oh, okay. Okay, we good?
Yep.
All right, let's continue.
And I would continue to get more and more lines of position, more circles. So you could see it gets pretty involved. And actually, when I was in the Navy, and I don't know if you know this or not, but in a former life, I was a U.S. Navy officer. I was a surface warfare officer, and on one of my tours, I used to navigate a billion-dollar warship.
That's lovely, John. That's the end of his little presentation here. Does anyone have any comments before I get to the caveat? No? No comments? Waiting for the caveat?
Well, I would say that this former Navy officer doesn't have a problem with 90.
I would say that too. I thought he did an excellent job. It was right on point, very concise. I said, now that's a damn officer's presentation, right? I can relate to that. I had to do many myself. But there's a caveat coming. You guys get ready. Are we ready for the caveat?
Yay. Give us the caveat.
Wait a second. Let me see if I can get this in some semblance a little bit better. Hold on. Yeah, I guess that'll do it. Hopefully everyone will see it. So, underneath John Zimmerman's video in his description box, he has something to say. So, tabletclass.com math. This video explains the basics of how math is used in celestial navigation. When people first started to navigate by stars, a massive explosion in trade and culture developed. Celestial navigation requires the use of a sextant, clock, and nautical table. But most importantly, it requires mathematics. Outstanding. Love it. Uh-oh, we have a special note that was probably added after people started calling him onto the carpet. Special note. The Earth is round/oval. Really, John? The Earth is oval. You're about maybe 5 or 6 or 26 fathoms underneath just your regular skanking foul boltard with your oval, John. So, I digress, because I'm going to start smoking here in a second. Special note, the Earth is round or oval. So my use of right triangles is a simple math model to explain the basic concepts of navigating by the stars. However, the actual math needed to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere. Really? John? So you just torpedoed your entire presentation there, John? Which is very advanced math, yeah, imaginary math. As such, you should watch the video knowing that right-angled trigonometry, what he just showed us for the past 10 minutes, is not actually used in navigation because the Earth is a sphere. Let me tell you something. Let me just say this. John, officer to officer. All right, this is just me and you. No one else. They don't know what the deal is here. You friggin' scumbag, you. Right? You're a disgrace. From me to you. Right? You're superimposing your fairy tale oval religion on the block of instruction you just gave to everyone and said, basically, the block of instruction I just gave is null and void. That's what you just did. Right? Because of your fairy tale religion. Oh, me and you, we got issues there, brother. I'm going to tell you that right friggin' now. You compromised yourself. You have no honor. You have no code. Right? I predict some issues between me and you. I can feel it. I'm going to stop.
So we outright lied?
Yeah, I'm going to stop right here with it, because if I go on any further, I think they might take me off YouTube. Right? But me and you, we got issues.
Hold on, so he outright lied.
You there.
No, he didn't lie. He gave a proper rendering as to how it works. I watched this video early on, and I went through the comment section back then. A lot of flat earthers jumped on and thanked them. I think he just succumbed to the pressure.
Yep, that's where he added his special note.
Exactly.
I think, John, from what I can see, your beef appears to lie in the very detailed and correct explanation of how to use a sextant and how and why it works, and then to put in a disclaimer which says, yeah, but none of that's true because it's on a ball. which doesn't have the same explanation and mathematical backing as you described it to be working on a flat plane. That gets... Well, how does Peter Griffin decide? That grinds my gears as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna stop. I don't think I should go on any further with me and him.
No, you made your point. The point is he came undone because of the pressure of the comment section. I read those comments under there. He was under fire because he proved flat Earth, and then he was forced to put that in. It's obvious.
Yeah. And that's the beef. It's a point of integrity.
Yep.
And crumble under their pressure, man.
Yep. All right, let's move on to the end of the presentation. I'm going to take a couple more to the woodshed. We have Professor Phil. These are comments that were written a few days ago. I caught it in one of the Skype chats. And, of course, Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy, flathead Herman Munster conundrum guy from last Saturday. After Ballbusters, he came in with his pompous retard attitude. And once I asked him what the purpose of the sextant was, he didn't know. He said it was to measure angles. Well, yeah, that's the means to get at the purpose. The purpose is triangulation for a sextant. But we'll get to that. He changed his story this morning, though. He finally figured it out. You're busted, though. You're recorded, you numpty dipshit. Let's go to Professor Phil. He said, you look straight ahead at the... Go ahead. Somebody wanted to say something?
I'm just grinding my gears still. I want to just say to them. Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, in the debate, the gas pressure without a containment thing, I have professional qualifications that sit with it. And that's kind of like what this guy's just done. And if I'd just spent ages talking about gas pressure, how it works, containment, PV equals NRT, and gave him a fully correct description, and at the end of it, that video out, and then a bit later, had a bit of critiquing and bothered to say, yeah, I appreciate that this is how it all works, except on a ball, and we're on a ball, so ignore everything I say. I get your point, John. I think if this is an ex-military guy, like you say, you stand by what you've said. You don't then, well, anybody, doesn't matter, military. The point is in relation to me. You can't make statements of fact that are true and fully explain how something works and then just put a disclaimer in. It's a bit woke. We've been
dishonest.
Yeah, dishonest, wholly dishonest. Or certainly your disclaimer doesn't have the level of support and information that your previous explanation that made sense did. And like I said, that would be the point. You use your qualifications and knowledge of practical life. This guy in navigation, me, gas pressure, yeah. And then you go and contradict it all and say, yeah, but that's not how it works on a ball. And that's the same premise of what's going off in the same place.
If I would do something like this,
I deserve a kick in.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I would want a kick in.
Yeah,
because that isn't. There's no integrity there.
If I would do this, if I would give a class as an NCO or an officer on a hasty ambush, let's say I had everyone over for a class. We took, we're gonna do the discussion, explanation, then we're gonna do a walkthrough, then we're gonna practice it, right? If I would give a 10-minute class on a hasty ambush and then say at the end that no, that's not really what we do. Let's go do a hasty ambush, but don't pay any attention to what I said. I don't know. I would be laughed at first, right? And then my superior, if he wasn't there, because if he was there, he'd be kicking my ass all up down the wood line. If he wasn't there, when he heard about it later, I'd be on the freaking floor in front of him at attention. Folks, let me tell you that shit right now. We don't play any games. This is not game time, right? And if you use your credentials, which he did in this case, to absolutely nullify his presentation, he did the exact same thing. I'm calling you on the carpet. Your ass is on the carpet, right? At attention for the next 3 hours before I get back and sit down. And you better not move. See, you're getting me fired up again, Adam. Now let me get back to the other thing.
You fired me up. It was your fault. I mused on it for just a moment, and it's the lack of any professionalism. And if you're going to use your credentials and be a professional, then the professionalism, the information you provide as a professional is without bias. Yeah. And it's like if I'm going to describe a medicine to a patient, yeah, I describe it. Yeah, that's it. I don't say how it's going to change your life. Why you need to, in this case, I need to change your life viewpoint to oppose how I've just described something. It's professionally dishonest is the point I'm making. That's why I had to put in just as you'd put up what you put back up.
Yeah, you don't give the description of the medication, its side effects, and all that sort of stuff. And then at the end of your little block of instruction to the patient, say, don't pay any attention to that. That's not actually true. That's what he just did.
It's a bit like real life, isn't it? Take this thing to stop you spreading and transmitting things. We have to admit that taking this thing doesn't stop spreading and transmitting things. It's these contradictions that we're all seeing in all walks of life, and it's not. Yeah, it's funny, the overlap and the purpose of it all. Well, whichever sphere you're looking at it in, the purpose of it all is to perpetrate a lie. Yeah. Now that lie can be subterfuged with lots of detail, which describe how the lie is a lie. But if you don't actually listen properly and you just nod along, you can listen to the lie, have the, you know what I mean? Have the lie proven to your ears, as we're hearing here, yeah, and in other walks of life, that it's a complete and utter lie, factually demonstrated. But because you've listened to the facts, you have to accept that the lie is true. And it's kind of what's going off there. It's I think hence the frustration. I've made my grievance.
Yep. Betty, any thoughts on this? I'd like to get your take on this.
Yeah. Well, I think that Adam already spoke to that. I mean, how can you just build up a whole presentation and then sort of, build in a disclaimer, right? Basically, just to be on the woke side of the world, right? I mean, I don't get it. I don't get why he needed to sort of add that to his presentation. It was very clear, right?
Well, 10 told you why.
Yeah, it is basically to mask off the whole mask, the mask off the information.
Sure. Yeah. They put him under pressure. So, all right. Can we move off of that subject and move towards the end of the presentation? This is going to be pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Let's rock on. This is going to be short. It's not going to be that long. I'll wait till you guys catch up to my former screen. The one that Adam interrupted. Just messing with you, Adam. All right, like I said, we have Professor Phil and Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy flathead Herman Munster quantum guy. He all of a sudden changed his tune this morning that it is used for triangulation. So you did learn something last week, clown. So we have Professor Phil, which is this is so unimaginably doofus. It's difficult to put into words. He said, you look straight ahead at the horizon. Yeah. Oh, is that the whore? Clown. The almanac gives you correction for atmospheric refraction. No, it doesn't. It most certainly does not. This is terrestrial refraction. What the almanac will give you correction for is astronomical refraction. Two different animals, by the way. There is no triangulation. What he's saying here is there is no triangulation with the sextant. Just like Bob did last week. And a number of numpties I heard. Well, let's take a look at this. Sextant. From NOAA.gov. For centuries, mariners have also used a form of the transit called a sextant and a triangulation method. Using the stars, sun, and moon as benchmarks of a sort, even though these celestial bodies move across the sky. You see, triangulation, sextant. From Science J-Ring, the optical instruments called sextants have been used as navigation aids for centuries, especially by seafarers. In its simplest form, a sextant consists of an eyepiece and an angular scale called the arc, fitted with an arm to mark degrees. By manipulating the parts, a user can measure the angular distance between two celestial bodies, usually the Earth and either the Sun or Moon. The observer can thereby, you see that? Thereby calculate his or her position of latitude by using a trigonometric operation known as what? Triangulation. Clowns. You don't even know what the purpose of this thing is. You don't even know the fundamentals of the purpose, what it's used for. Are you kidding me? And you expect us to take you seriously? You want me to talk polite to you? I'm going to hand you over to my wolf pups, along with John Zipperhead. From Hampton Nautical, based on mathematics and what? Triangulation. The sextant was a tool of unique power, allowing sailors to navigate with unprecedented accuracy in the early age of sail. Huh. Unbelievable. From the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, Kenneth T. Adams. In executing the sextant triangulation, unbelievable. All triangles should be closed by the observation of all three angles and adjusted for closure. No, the sextant's not used for triangulation at all. From the U.S. Navy Museum, with advances in technology, it has become easier for a submarine to know its current location with high precision. Often, only putting up the periscope a few feet above the waterline is enough to get a location fix in today's world. Ironically, while the math is automated and the data transfer lightning fast, the concept of today's state-of-the-art GPS tracking is still based on the same triangulation principles used with what? The sextant. You gotta be kidding me, Professor Phil. I thought you said the sextant's not used for triangulation. You unimaginable Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit. And shits. Well, what's triangulation? Let's drop anchor right here. Triangulation trigonometry from Britannica.com. Triangulation in navigation, surveying, and civil engineering, a technique for precise determination of a ship's or aircraft's position and the direction of roads, tunnels, or other structures under construction. It is based on the laws of what? Plane trigonometry. Do you get it? Plane trigonometry. I'm going to sit right here and have this burn into your retinas, baltards. It ain't going to make any difference because the cognitive dissonance mud is covering your eyes, but I'm going to sit here anyway. You see that plane trigonometry? Wonder what that is. Which state that, if one side and two angles of a triangle are known, the other two sides and angle can be readily calculated. Bye-bye, baltards. You're toast. Questions, comments?
Was it quiet? I think I raised a little bit back. last week in terms of triangulation. It's used for everything, map, and all of its geometry that it works, uses the premise to work upon, is a flat base, a flat plane. That flat plane that allows the 90 degrees we've heard talked about to be created. So none of this works. None of this works without there being a flat plane.
Correct.
This little summary I'd want to give. I mentioned about Cassini and mapping, and I think I've mentioned it. If you take Genesis, the stars are there for certain purposes. I think in the 1700s, a competition was announced to figure out a way of accurately calculating in the year 1700, after years, thousands of years of navigation, how to accurately calculate longitude. As part of the things that the Jesuits covered up was the behavior of Jupiter and its moons, which are all visible. The eye, and certainly very visible with a telescope. There are ways in this that have already been given to us to translate local time, which is the point of a chronometer to define these things. And part of the game we play with maps and all this triangulation, we're dealing with, as 10th highlights, when you hear the description of how a sextant works, and how John has highlighted with professional people describing how a sextant works and how that's at odds when they then try and put it on a ball. All of this stuff works on a flat plane. It has done for just hundreds of years, but for thousands of years. It's how people got around the globe. Whatever the timelines past thousands of years you believe, it's kind of irrelevant. All our ancestors used this. A lot of it has been, this knowledge has been taken away from us. And in all of that, this is part of the chicane I alluded to, 60 seconds and arc minutes. All of that alludes to what's been given to us, the information that's there to map this flat plane we're on. It's all there in the stars and the heavens, and part of the illusion is to pretend you can't figure out where you are without a clock. They did it for thousands of years, and I'll leave it there.
Go ahead, Betty. You could go up, unless, hey, 10. Do you want to, before final thoughts and everything, do you want to add anything here?
Sure. They need a vertex. They need a corner, and the point of that corner is called a vertex. Sextant is an angle measuring device, as we all agree, in the description of it, even the ballers agree. It just depends where that vertex is formed. Angles require it. If it's achieved from the surface of the Earth, then we live on a plane. So earlier, you want to know what that stick was going up Bob's, should I say arse? Be English?
Like it. Arse.
Arse. The reason that stick and the imagery always shows that is because they got it at the center of a circle. Two-dimensional circle, and that's a radius, which he wasn't willing to admit today on Nathan's show, that he drew two radius lines. That stick is the vertex going through the arse of every baller, because they stuck in the middle of a circle where the sextant never is used. It's used on the surface of the Earth, which means the Earth is a plane. This is so obvious. You need to wake up.
Well said, 10. Yep, it's as simple as that. This is simple stuff, folks. Oh, got a message. Paying attention. Oh yeah, I seen that one, Betty. That was pretty funny. FED. All right, Betty, let's go. Let's go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something?
I was just going to add, John summed up there, and the last slide I saw on screen was 2021 year of the sextant, and we've all jumped on this, and probably a year ago, 10th, and with me and other people, embarked on this mission. This is not something that is just thrown together. This is, and I want to give you kudos, Buff. Yeah, this has been researched way beyond the levels that I knew, pointed you in directions of, gave you sites to people who knew detail. Temp's gone off and absolutely smashed this for the community, and to the point that, you know, in August, September, we're naming it the year of the sextant, because he brought it to the table, and it's just continued to up the ballers. And if you look at where they are now, at the state of them, we thought the Black Swan was chewing up these things together. They're absolutely, they've got them, as we demonstrated, even professionals. Yeah, we're pointing out the contradictions, and respect them. We're in a short journey. It's a lot of work, mate, and I appreciate the work you put in, Prof. It's yielding its fruits.
Thank you. You were there when I needed a sounding board, so you're part of it.
All right, Betty, let's go with any questions and comments, and we'll add final thoughts with it. If you're still there, Betty, you still there?
Yeah. I mean, all right. I'll start with FED. Will unmute you.
Keep it concise.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, good day, guys. How you doing, man? Good show, QE. Yeah, it was funny. I was going through that the almanac there, for navigation. I was noticing that every position of the star taken from a 90-degree zenith, and I was like, well, wait a second. If you're navigating to you're finding a fixed position, and then trying to find your location, these particular two stars at this particular time will be at the 90-degree zenith to the Earth, and you're using your azimuth as a horizontal path, like a horizontal angle, right? I was like, wait a second. This is how plain it is, but then again, I guess they're just trying to do the best they can to say, well, no, it isn't flat. It's curved, and you can use the same coordinates, but it's like, no, it's flat, and you can't use the same coordinates if it's a ball. So it's like, I don't know. It's interesting to see that when you look at actually the calculation, the trigonometry, and the 90-degree zenith and all the almanacs. It's quite fascinating.
You used the word trigonometry there, and you described the hypotenuse, the angle we're measuring. Is there a triangle that's got straight hypotenuse, but a bendy adjacent?
I think perhaps maybe without that horizontal azimuth and your 90-degree star position, the trigonometry would be useless, right? Yeah. But being that is not the case, you have that 90-degree, that horizontal angle, and get those calculations. Oh.
Exactly. It's the denial of, as the words you use, which is what they all accept. They're using trigonometry to calculate this. Yeah, it's the denial that if your baseline's curved, you can use trigonometry. That's the basic. And now you have to swallow to go along with their triangles. Don't have straight lines, 3 straight lines.
And they would then have more than 180 degrees, wouldn't they?
They're not triangles. They're 3 points on a ball.
I can't remember how many times I heard that. How many? What did the angles add up in a triangle? Right, from 3rd grade. Right? What were we all told? Yeah. This we're under a carnival tent.
Can I comment on the last caller?
Yes.
That was a good point you brought up, because the nautical almanac is an address book of all the stars when they're 90 degrees. There's 64 main navigational stars in the air almanac. There's over 180 in the nautical almanac. Everyone likes the air almanac because it's short to the point as the best stars to use, and it's the ones that airplane navigators use because they don't have to carry so many books. So since the almanac is an address book of all the stars, and the only way you can find out where that 90 is, you might want to use a sextant.
Yes, you might. Oh, it's so over. It's so over for you, baltards. It's laughable now. I'm going to drive this stake in. You ain't going to believe it. All right. Is that it, FED?
I think it is.
All right. Next.
Oh, he's on mute again.
How do you go on mute again?
Maybe he went in and out. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead. FED, go ahead. Was that your last statement? Or were you finished?
Did drop in and out, Betty, as I was talking. That's why I paused in the middle.
Well, I muted him, but he's still not there.
Yeah, he must have some technical issues. Okay, he did get his thought out, though. Yeah, you can go down, and maybe I'll circle back.
Bring back the Fed.
Bring back the Fed.
Okay. Yeah, he's dropping.
He dropped out again. He must be having technical difficulties. Okay, you can go ahead, Betty.
Yeah, next is Flyric. And I will unmute you now. Have any questions, comments? Silence is also good. Okay, I go on to the next. Neil, comments, questions?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Good. You?
Very good. I remember when 10th first started breaking it down, and he said the year of the sextant, and he was right. And he said it's going to tie back into the Black Swan, and it all worked out just the way he said it would. So great job. And I really don't get why they're saying that it works on a globe, but they're not realizing it's working on a globe because the Earth is flat.
Yep. Right. Was that it, Neil?
Over.
Okay. We got Private Orange here, and I think he's a Glober. You have any questions, comments, remarks?
No questions, mostly listening, but if there are any questions for me, let me know.
Again? Okay. No questions at all?
I'm trying to. I'm searching for why I would ask you any questions after we just gave a presentation that destroys the spinning ball space monkey religion 10 times over. Yeah, I got a question. I got a question. Why are you still a baller?
I think at this point, mostly the people that I trust believe it's a ball, so I kind of trust them.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Welcome to the Catholic Church.
That's fine. At least he answered. I'm not going to dog you out for that. You told us why. You believe what other people told you. That's fine. You answered it. Good on you. All right. Thanks. Anything else?
Nope. Okay. Oh, we go to Sasha. Thanks for the super chats.
All right. I have two words only. Plain trigonometry.
You caught that, didn't you? Sasha likes to concentrate on the really emphasis points. It's a good way to go, Sasha.
Oh, that's all night. I wanted to understand this sextant. Even I was asking that 5 years ago. I didn't know anything about that. But now it's clear.
Thanks, Sasha. Appreciate it. Is that it?
Well,
go ahead. Go ahead, Adam.
The word trigonometry, Sasha. Explain why it's important. If you're going to use trigonometry, by its implications, why is it important? And why does it destroy a ball model if you use the word trigonometry in the way you're going to calculate something?
We need straight lines everywhere. And listen, this yesterday, no, yesterday, 3 days ago, that Akimovirus, that stupid guy on Nature Show, he was laughing on my sentence when I said, Akimo, listen, this triangle, and he was laughing. You are telling me triangle, and I said yes, because triangle, the word, it's made because has 3 angles. You know, I needed to tell him this. And I asked him, can we have triangle with a curved line? And he said yes. And I said, okay, this is the end, because who has the triangle with the curved line in any?
In a triangle, each 3 points shares 2 of the 3 straight lines. Straight lines.
Yeah, you cannot get angle from the curved line. I think that child 10 years old know that. When you learn first things in mathematics, you learn this. I don't know. You need straight lines for angles.
Thanks, Sasha. Yes, you are correct. Is that it?
Yep.
I'd also like to point out that on a globe, the angles between each point of a square aren't 90 degrees in their world. It's not just triangles that the geometry is messed up with when you try and apply it to a ball. Every shape. That's why some ballers stick cigarettes in their ears when they're trying to light a fag.
Thanks, Adam. Go on, Betty. Thanks, Sasha.
Yeah, I got Scratch, it's flat.
Hey, what's up, Scrat? Haven't seen you in a while, man. You always have good questions. Go on, man.
Oh, well, yeah, it's been a while since I've been on here. I know you guys need straight lines, but you guys seem to forget that straight is curved.
That we forgot about that, right? Yeah. Uh-huh.
I actually missed most of the presentation. I was busy, and I didn't get on until basically the beginning of your rant of the guy who I don't even know what he did, but I guess he gave a presentation and then at the end debunked it.
Yes.
Where is that? Can I watch that?
Yeah, you can. If you go onto the video, my YouTube live stream, it is in the description box. It's top line.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So since I missed most of it, I really don't have any comment other than the sextant is the death of the ball.
Well, if you do think of any questions, like I said, you always got great questions. If you think of any, just write them down, and maybe we'll hit them up on the next show. Okay?
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you. You want to go, Betty? You want to go to Croczo?
Do what?
It's Croczo down at the bottom down there.
Okay, well, he's unmuted, so he can talk. I think he's asleep.
Wake up, crack.
Wake up, crack.
I know that's what rock stars have, but
Come on, crack, kick a hit.
Get cracking.
Get cracking, crack. Show your work. That's an inside joke.
No, it's not happening today, I think.
All right. Well, we got 8 minutes.
Since his name is Crack, it can't be his fault.
He fell through the crack.
Still punning.
Yeah, that's a good one, then.
He was speaking like for 5 hours, past 5 hours in 24/7.
Oh, really? He's probably worn out.
He must be hoarse.
Horse. Listen, you see what you got these people on these puns, 10th. It's like addicting.
Well, if Betty's got a tale to tell, I want to hear it.
Yeah, here we go. We'll be here all day.
Unbelievable.
Don't start getting 10th pun in, otherwise you won't get your wingies.
There is no wingies today.
Oh, it's on
what we got?
Saturday, right?
Betty's had a good kick to it.
I've got pulled pork, barbecued pulled pork, and fresh macaroni salad for today.
That sounded so nice.
I only had a prawn cocktail for tea. I'm hungry again now. Pulled pork. Oh.
Yeah.
You got a Buffalo Wild Wings by you, QE?
Say again?
You got a Buffalo Wild Wings by you?
No, I don't play that.
I don't need, but they got a really good brisket burger. It's unbelievable.
We were eating squid. Well, I'm eating. Let me just say that I'm eating pulled pork with macaroni, fresh macaroni salad. My wolf pups are eating fried squid.
Yikes. Navy squid.
Isn't that calamari?
He's not getting it, Betty.
No, it's the Navy squid they are eating.
I'm getting it.
I don't know why Adam's even talking. He's got a 10-course meal coming.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow. I've got to live through today yet.
Well, it's normal for me. I'm the 10th man. I always have 10-course meal.
We have one more person that just jumped in. Get ready for this. I must have told him like 25 times and showed him 25 or 30 times that the sextant's purpose was triangulation. Everyone just watched the presentation. He's going to tell you it's not. So go ahead and unmute Nasavi up there and listen to this nonsensical horse pucky.
Okay, Nasavi. Yeah, I want to add something on the sextant.
That's a wise damn move. I'll tell you that.
I do like the name though, Nasavi. Sounds like Indian, almost.
All right, so you're not coming off mute, and you're not going to come off mute while we're in the middle of taking this down towards the end. I'm going to go. We'll go to 10th, and then Adam Meakin and Betty, you'll take us on home. So 10th, final thoughts, sir. Welcome back, by the way.
I think your citations of what the tool is for triangulation, and anyone could do the research I did. All you got to do is watch the videos, read the studies that are out there, the PDFs. It's a well-researched tool, the sextant. It's made to measure angles. Now, either you're measuring that angle from the surface of the Earth, which is where everyone does it from, and that right angle triangle works, and that's why it has worked for hundreds of years. Or you're going to be a baller and say, yeah, it works on the surface of a plane Earth, but we need this to work on the ball. So how are we going to illustrate this? Oh, we'll draw it coming from the center of the Earth. So all our angles are coming from the center of the Earth. Well, you got a big problem there because no one's at the center of the Earth with a sextant. That's number one. And number two, sunlight doesn't come in parallel, so you can't have a transversal. But guess what? Divergent sunlight kills the globe model instantly. And the sextant is never used from the center of anything. It's used from the surface of the Earth.
Outstanding. Outstanding performance. If you were here, I'd decorate you. Concise, to the point. You need to take lessons from that. When I said you need, that's the royal you. Adam, sir. Final thoughts.
Yeah. I'll take that lesson. I won't add in any way. I'll just reiterate the point I made earlier, and that's just a shout out to 10th. Respect to the effort he's put in to bring it to this point today. Thanks, bruv. It's given us another another arrow to fire from our bow at these guys. And I think if we look at the responses we're getting, it's highlighted by John, and even from the professional world. Yeah, it's a very, very good and powerful arrow we can fire when we sight the sextant. Cheers, guys.
I'd have to admit to you, it's going to be the only arrow I fire. It really is, because I like to be concise, to the point, and they're through. So I'm all about that. That's me. Concise, quick death, cut them off at the knees, get rid of the eviscerate them, because my wolf pups need to eat. Okay? So they're hungry, they're impatient, so I get them quick. Betty, take us home.
Alrighty. Yeah, has Adam had his turn yet? By the way?
Do you need me to fill? I have, but do you need me to fill in, Betty?
Okay, didn't you have to shout out your channel? Are you going up with something new soon?
No, not at the moment. I've got a few bits and bats in the pipeline, but no, nothing new at the moment, other than just to give What is the World channel a shout out, which is just kind of where I'm trying to stick down some of the knowledge I've accrued over these few years with current topics. I think we've got 2 episodes so far. There is the Adam Meakin channel, but you'll just see things like the Ball Busters intro or whatever that I have to change. I'm aware of that, John. Or other channel intros. So that's where I'm helping other flat earthers. But no, that's at the moment.
Did you get the ruse? Yeah. Did you call it a ruse? How'd you state that?
Muse.
Muse.
I'll shout it out again tonight, John, if that's all right. So, everyone in chat, I will keep an eye on it after this point. We did the old Ballbusters intro based on however you want to describe it, like that. We're looking for a new way of.
Adam, sorry,
doing
is
an
Dr.
intro.
Bob, is Dr. Bob real Bob, or Bob has another name?
We don't.
I'm not sure the relevance of that, Sasha, but
because some Dr. Bob is in chat.
Oh, we don't really care. Just let him go. Yeah. He's finished.
Bob.
It's like this is tantamount to the chairman of PETA showing up for work the next day after he was videotaped live clubbing baby seals with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger. So don't care about him. Go ahead, finish up, Adam.
Yeah, so any ideas for what the new intro to Ballbusters should have a theme about? I'd appreciate it. Just to send me off, or even a theme tune. Who knows? Be copyright sensitive. I'll get a shout at that. But yeah, so we're looking at that, and if anyone who's interested wants us to make suggestions, send them to QE.
Send it to Q. I like that. That was really good, man. I like that. Send it to QE. Yeah. The priceless, Adam. That made my day, man. Appreciate that. Betty, you want to take us home?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I had an idea to end this, but I don't know. I've got a lot of it.
How about any super chats? Is there any super chats left over?
No, there was not. No, there's no super chats, and I don't see Nathan's channel trying to get his show shout out.
You got a super chat here from Flat on Flat Earth.
Didn't I shout it out?
No.
Oh my goodness, I forgot all about him.
Yeah.
Okay, he said this show was epic. Thanks, QE. Oh, that's a good thing that he did that, because that's a nice ending, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I just want to sort of say that we have these proofs, flat Earth proofs on the website. I think that we should add this one, sextant, also. So we need to get into contact with Davey so that he can put this on the website.
Yeah, Davey was supposed to show up today. So yeah, Davey, if you're listening, we're gonna need to add the sextant. So
yeah, because
I agree.
this is a really good thing to add. I mean, if this is the year of the sextant.
It is.
Then let's, by all means, we need to get this onto the website so that people get to know this. Yes.
Yes.
And for Nathan, because I wasn't immediately put out.
Adam, go on mute.
I hope that he will do that because there was a lot of things, Dr. Bob, that he was getting into. It was such a thing. Oh my goodness. So hereby shout out Nathan's channel, Nady. Go and check it out and follow his shows as well.
I got a question for Betty.
Okay.
You alluded there, you mentioned earlier you were just listening in on this afternoon. First of all, how frustrating was it not just to burst in, but you just listened to it and was trying to be neutral and evaluate. What did you hear this afternoon? Is probably fundamental.
Well, a whole lot of diversion. I mean, he drew a line to the middle, to the center of a circle that he drew on the whiteboard, and he didn't want to name it the radius of the Earth. He just called it a line. He was just obfuscating what things mean, and the whole drawing that I saw didn't add up because next to that whole curved circle, there was another sort of drawing that he made that was just squared, and it didn't add up with the whole wall circle that he made. So he was totally obfuscating and stating that he was winning the argument. I mean, like we always do, right?
Oh my! It was pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's finished.
That was the same slaphead baller that we dealt with after Ballbusters last week, isn't it?
Yes.
With his whiteboard.
Yes.
Yeah. The funny admission I got out of him, Betty, is, and I still like it because it just demonstrates the flim flam, the snake oil salesman that he is. His diagram that I think we've all seen now with his relative positions on a ball and his star, his whiteboard wouldn't be 3 foot by 3 foot or 4 foot, whatever. Yeah, it would be 8,000 by 8,000 miles square for his diagram to be able to be represented on his whiteboard. Yeah, bigger than the Earth, the ball Earth. Yeah, that's how big his diagram would have to be for his maths to make any real sense. Horse.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't get it why they want to defend things that they clearly don't understand and obfuscate everything that it's being asked and then ask questions back. They answer a question with a question, and it was amazing to listen to and also frustrating because of the you couldn't hear Nathan, you couldn't hear anybody else talking, and it was just such a clusterfuck room of a conversation.
You hear it, and John describes it as his wolf pack. Yeah, and I do my best to bite my tongue because halfway through every second sentence is a point of objection that you have to have with what they're saying because they have to double speak at such a level. Yeah, now that's why people keep butting in on the debates, isn't it? Because you'd have heard it. You know what I mean? There's a point that whilst ever they're speaking, Alwyn does it brilliantly. He just drops the things in, the points of admission that they want you to accept, which mean you're on a ball. In the way they're describing everything, they don't validate anything via science or even logic now. Yeah, they've even lost logic in this argument, and that's kind of what I'm hearing now, Betty. They lost science a while back, but
to be honest, I hear this all over the world. I mean, things that you wouldn't have thought that people would come up with, they come up with now. I mean, they hold two thoughts in their minds, and they can defend both of them. I don't know. It's strange. It's a strange time, and definitions aren't important anymore. You have your own truth, they say. That's postmodernism, right? And they can't.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the guy who just came on late, when you asked him, does he have anything to say? He said no, because he trusts people. So he doesn't want to exercise critical thinking of his own. He just wants to trust the powers to be. Well, that says a lot, because since the mass media and universities and everything in between is pushing the globe model and phony outer space and vacuum next to gas pressure, it's anyone who stands up against it is ridiculed. So really, they're afraid to be ridiculed. But if they ever take the time to study it, like we all have, we find out, wait a minute, this is a mass deception. This is a big lie. It doesn't stand the test of real science. It's pseudoscience. So then here comes the show today, FED, and Bob comes on, and he says, we know, he doesn't put one citation up, doesn't show anybody else agreeing with him, even though he's got everyone in the world he can cite, which we can tear apart the minute he does. But he doesn't. He says we, and it's just his, it all rests with him. All right, well, we just destroyed it today on your show. We just destroyed it on FED. And I think they're afraid, because you're asking, Betty, why? Afraid of the outcome.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Afraid of the outcome.
They can't accept it because it sort of takes away their whole foundation and security in the world. People want security, and they can't have a government lying or a people group lying. They can't have that because their whole world will fall apart. And who will they be?
It already
Because
did.
they will be nothing.
It already did. They're just whistling past the graveyard. So
Yeah, well, they hold on to the pieces that they got. Right?
well, they
still on sand, not on rock, right? Deep rock.
They can keep holding on to it. I'm gonna stop by with the nail spike 48.4-inch Louisville Slugger. So keep holding on, okay? I'm coming.
Are you
hey, I don't want to have a go at any one individual, Betty, but there was somebody joined tonight. I think he's still here. Private Orange, and given the opportunity to address any of the salient points that were, demonstrated this evening, he didn't have anything of rebuttal, nothing to address, nothing to defend ball position. All he had was a distraction technique, which everybody recognised and duly ignored, which was to go, does anybody want to ask me a question? As if he's Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody, as if you'd like to attack him. That's all they have now. Yeah, somebody, a baller, after an hour or more's presentation with all the things meritable in that presentation to address, nothing. No, I've got nothing to say. Now that silence, certainly in naval law, the law of the sea, silence is tacit admittance that what's been presented is correct. So I'd just like to give Private Orange the chance to address that. Was there nothing in the presentation that you have rebuttal towards, or do you actually admit it as you currently do tacitly?
I've unmuted him, so maybe he wants to respond.
Yeah, I came in very late. I only got really the tail end of the presentation.
Perfect legal rebuttal, sir. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's wrap it up, Betty.
Yeah, well, you have to give it form, and he's still in this chat. I mean, many others that might have something in other chats to say won't come here, right? So, yeah, I got another super chat. Last one from Kids. Listen, new Einstein. His name is Bob.
No, sorry, that's Boob.
Boob? I thought that he said like an outspoken bah, but
let's call him Boob from now. I like it.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah. So, what's going to be going on next on Ballbusters next week?
Yes, yep. I was gonna talk to that. It's obviously we got a numpty clip tomorrow. It is PhD Tony Driftwood Purcell. Don't miss that one. And next week is the last week for the regular numpty clips. I would like to christen the next month of October signature numpty clip finale. They're all going to be signature numpty clips, 8 of them. So get ready. And this Saturday on Ballbusters is going to be part C of natural science and the scientific method. So thanks for asking, buddy.
Okay. Yeah, and the numpty clips are on Monday and Wednesday?
Monday and Wednesday at 2 p.m.
All right.
U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And weren't we going to do a presentation that I am going to make up for on the Bible?
Yeah, we didn't talk about that the specific date, but if you have a specific date and you want to announce it, go right ahead.
It will be on a Thursday because that's a day that the numpty clips are not there, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It will be for people that like to hear things about the Bible. It's not that I am teaching anything. It's just that I want to point out things that I have learned on the Bible and want to point out and see what people think about this. And I want to sort of convey what I've learned. And hopefully it will be something that people will enjoy too. If you're a Christian, I hope that you can then tune in.
Can I ask a question on
Sure.
that? Because you got my ears up.
Okay.
Twofold to it. The term Christian, some of us hold to that term by our meaning, and there are certain parts of the community that would not describe us as Christian. I don't take offence to that. That's not the point. I think the differentiating point whenever we look at Bible study is how we hold the document. Will the document be being reviewed as the written word of God or historically as a historical document? I think it's very. It doesn't matter which way, but I think whoever approaches the seminar, should have that in mind. There's very little point somebody's presenting it from point A or point B to attack it from the opposing point. So with me in mind,